Chapter 1275. The strange voice of the stone goddess sounded in front of him. Seems like you have a lot of tricks up your sleeves. Jiang Shao pondered for a moment and said, Yes, I prepared a lot of things for Hopkins. The stone goddess shook her head slightly and said, No, child, you're not on the same level as him. Jiang Shao waved the scorching sun blade away and asked curiously, Why do you say that? The stone goddess said, I saw your skills, your star map, and your star techniques. To the star warriors in this world, including me, these are powerful weapons for you to win. Only, there's a Hopkins in this world. Everything you've shown just now is meaningless to him. Jiang Zhao's heart skipped a beat. What Gaia was saying now was similar to the scene when Jiang Shao encountered Hopkins previously. When Jiang Shao first met Hopkins, he used silence, blessing, and various star techniques to attack him, but it didn't have any effect. The stone goddess continued, Of all the things you've shown, only your brain and heart are of some use. However, soft power alone is not enough. I can tell that you're an outstanding young man. You haven't been destroyed by Hopkins. While speaking, the huge eye above Jiang Zhao's head that was embedded in the mountain peak seemed to be reminiscing. The goddess sighed softly and said, However, Hopkins has the ability to erase the effects of all star maps and star techniques. Hence, you're blindly pursuing the effects of star techniques and star maps. That's the wrong direction of your efforts. Jiang Shao was overjoyed, but he remained calm and said, He can erase the effects of all star maps and star techniques. Yes, that's his star transformation. That's a book. The goddess looked at Jiang Shao silently and said, That book seems to exist specifically to restrain the star warriors in this world. While speaking, the stone at the bottom of the statue shattered. Stay in the Alps. It's going to talk to me occasionally. Of course, I'm not imprisoning you. If you want to explore this ocean ridge world, feel free. It seemed that Gaia was not interested in anything that Jiang Shao had shown. Gaia didn't even ask about Jiang Zhao's bait, Jiang Zhao's special star map, and Jiang Zhao's powerful star technique. Watching as the goddess statue in front of him gradually shattered from the bottom, a star map suddenly lit up in front of Jiang Zhao's chest. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Shao held a copy of Star Warrior Era and stood in front of the goddess. Are you talking about this book? The goddess's statue, which was constantly shattering, suddenly stopped. Jiang Shao seemed to be able to see 3 huge question marks on her stony head. The goddess statue's legs kept piecing together and grew back. She hissed, Why do you have a star map? Jiang Shao shrugged and said, I have many tricks up my sleeves. For example, I can copy a star map. A slightly excited panting sound came from the mountain peak above his head. Gaia's breathing was not a big deal, but her main body, Gaia, was slightly excited, causing the entire mountain to tremble. Jiang Shao couldn't help but be speechless. Looking at the gravel rolling down from the mountain, he couldn't help but take a few steps back. From the hard stone ground, he retreated to the warm and soft skin of a human palm. It was previously mentioned that 30% of Gaia's main body was still human skin. The feeling of stepping on it was very strange. After all, other than the groove-like palm lines, the relatively flat skin of the palm also had shallow lines. No matter how shallow the lines were, they were still ditches and hurdles for Jiang Shao, who was tiny and insignificant. Amidst the rumbling sounds, Jiang Shao looked at the stone goddess statue that was getting closer and closer to him. He couldn't help but gulp and say, Akiso told me that you know Hopkins the best. Maybe you can help me understand his Star Warrior transformation. Finally, the stone statue of the goddess in front of Jiang Shao shattered. However, it did not disintegrate from the legs, but the skin on the surface. All of a sudden, a middle-aged woman stood in front of Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao was completely dumbfounded. He had originally thought that nothing could surprise him anymore after he had traveled far and wide. However, today he not only saw a star warrior with a mountain as his main body, but he also saw a strange woman. The woman was about 30 or 40 years old, and it was difficult to tell her exact age. Her bright eyes seemed to contain the seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, Such a pair of eyes would make people ignore the color of her pupils, the height of the corners of her eyes, and the depth of her eye sockets. Jiang Shao was very sure that no one would pay attention to the external appearance of her eyes. The moment her gaze and the brilliance intertwined with Jiang Zhao's, Jiang Shao seemed to have experienced the cycle of the 4 seasons. It was a shock that came from the soul. It came from a most primitive and hidden in the deepest part of human genes, the reverence for nature. The woman had a gentle expression on her face as she smiled apologetically and slowly closed her eyes. Jiang Shao gasped. The Star Warrior era in his hand had already shattered. Jiang Shao only returned from another world after Gaia closed her eyes. Everything in front of him became extremely real again. Finally, Jiang Shao saw Gaia's appearance clearly. She was slightly shorter than Jiang Shao and should be 8 meters tall. Her long hair was not real hair, but there was a pocket-sized giant tree growing at the back of her head. It was hard to imagine that one day Jiang Shao would use pocket-sized and giant to describe the same thing. The thick trunk of the giant tree was like a high ponytail, with lush foliage and long branches and leaves hanging down from the back of her head, all the way down to her waist. The left half of her body was a dense forest. A cliff sat on her shoulder, and a surging waterfall flowed down her left arm and chest. It flowed through the forest, across the mountains, and even left traces of rainbows behind. However, there was no sound of water flowing. The right half of her body gradually turned from green to yellow. It was as if spring was transitioning to autumn. The trees became dry, and the leaves gradually turned yellow. Especially her right leg, there were all kinds of terrains mixed together. There was cracked, scorched earth. There was a wilderness filled with boulders, and there was a desert filled with yellow sand. The green that symbolized vitality and the yellow that symbolized death divided her body into 2 halves. Apart from her gentle face and 2 palms, her entire body was pieced together from one natural landscape after another. But even if her body was covered in mountains, rivers, and barren deserts, it could still outline the contours of her proud body. Jiang Zhao's next move stunned Gaia. He opened the space door and rummaged inside. Then, he took out his phone and took a photo of Gaia. Click! What's that? Gaia asked softly with her eyes closed. After taking a few photos, Jiang Shao threw the phone into the space door and said, "Phone." Gaia asked, "What's a phone?" Jiang Shao scratched his head and said, "It's a communication device." "Well, it's a little trick of human society. It's not important." "Okay." Gaia closed her eyes and said, "You have Hopkins's Star Warriors." Jiang Shao said, "You know the name of this book?" Sure enough, she was Hopkins's ex-girlfriend and the person who knew Hopkins the best. Speaking of which, since she's from the same generation as Hopkins, why is she so young? Jiang Shao pulled out the Star Warriors and said in confusion, "You look very young. You're only 30 or 40 years old." Gaia's smile was gentle and her voice was gentle. "I'm old, child. However, my current appearance is indeed the current state of my body. My Earth star map gives me a huge vitality and slows down the speed of my aging." Jiang Shao was confused. Gaia changed the topic and said, "That's why Hopkins's imprisonment of me is even more terrifying. According to her age, she should be in her 80s, but her actual physical state should be 30 or 40 years old. Damn, her star map. If we calculate the length of life according to 80 years, wouldn't Gaia be able to live to 160 years old? Or even longer?" Gaia raised her hand and pressed it on the Star Warriors in Jiang Zhao's hand. She gently stroked it. "Child, I'm going to open my eyes." "Oh." Jiang Shao responded pitifully and closed his eyes obediently. Gaia opened her eyes and looked at the open book. She also saw the familiar yet strange, mysterious symbols that she hadn't seen for a long time. Her palms began to tremble slightly. Along with it, the surging waterfall on her arms scattered like water droplets. "Do you understand it?" Gaia asked softly. Jiang Shao said part of it. Gaia looked up at Jiang Shao and said, "You actually understood it?" Jiang Shao closed his eyes and shrugged. "I awakened when I was 15 and a half years old. I'm 20 now. Why do you think I can stand here and stand in front of you in just 4.5 years? Gaia looked at Jiang Shao silently. After a while, a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. You haven't answered my question before the battle. Why did Hopkins send you here? Jiang Shao said, he thinks that humans are living in a space with a god-level star warrior. Jiang Shao then stepped on the ground under his feet and said, just like what we are now. Hopkins doesn't have the ability to break the shackles of space, so he wants me to grow faster. He wants me to help him go to the outside world, to take a look and find the ultimate secret of this world. Gaia was obviously stunned for a moment. Can you break the shackles of space and ignore the rules of the space dimension? Jiang Shao pursed his lips. Who knows? Gaia slowly moved her palm up and pressed it on Jiang Zhao's shoulder. Look at me, child. Jiang Shao hesitated for a moment and slowly opened his eyes. The pair of bright eyes came into view again. Gaia looked at Jiang Shao with a serious expression and asked, tell me, can you break the shackles of space? Jiang Zhao's eyes were in a daze. In his world, he saw green buds in the spring, fireflies in the summer night, red and yellow maple leaves in the middle of the autumn forest, and he also saw frost and snow drifting in the air. Sorry, child. Maybe I should give you more time. Gaia looked disappointed and sighed softly before closing her eyes again. Jiang Shao snapped back to his senses and shook his head vigorously. Damn it, this star map is great. Give me one too. But after I learn this star map, will I become a mountain as well? Or should I put my body that's more than 3,000 meters tall? It doesn't matter where I put it. On a battlefield, the output will definitely be explosive. Many people will die if I sit on it. Chapter 1276. Jiang Shao quietly sized up Mother Earth in front of him while thoughts raced through his mind. He organized his words and asked, back then, when you were with Hopkins, did he share his star map with you? Yes. Gaia nodded slightly and said, I know that there are many effects of his Star Warriors era. Gaia's mind was filled with memories. She sighed softly and said, back then, he was also a passionate, cheerful, and positive young man. Every time he had any research results, he would immediately come to share them with me. At that time, he was so curious about the world and full of the desire to explore it. He also always told me that he wanted to conquer the world with me. Unfortunately, later on, he changed. Jiang Shao pursed his lips. To be honest, Jiang Shao was not very concerned about the matters between a man and a woman. Besides, it was their private matter. Gaia closed her eyes and said calmly. Later on, he became numb and indifferent. He was no longer the same person. He was no longer the young man he used to be. His entire body changed. Although Gaia closed her eyes, she turned to look at Jiang Shao and said, what about you, child? Will you follow in his footsteps and walk down his old path? At present, it seems that you have greater potential than him. Jiang Shao smiled and said, if you hadn't been isolated from the world and imprisoned here for the past few decades, you wouldn't have questioned me like this. If you were still living on Earth, you wouldn't have questioned me like this. Gaia was a little curious. Oh, Jiang Shao said, actually, I'm a rather famous star warrior in human society. Forget it. I won't boast about myself. After I take you out, you can figure out on your own. Let's talk about the Star Warriors era. Which parts of the Star Warriors era did he understand? Gaia suddenly said, you have to take me out. Jiang Shao said, yeah, you still have a long life ahead of you. Are you going to stay here and be an Alp forever? Don't you miss human society? The world now is different from what you remember. Human society has added a lot of new tricks. You'll definitely like them. Gaia listened quietly to Jiang Zhao's future plans and said softly, you're very confident. Jiang Shao curled his lips and said, Hopkins sent me here to help me master the way to cross dimensions. In this case, one day, I will take you out of this space. Hearing this, Gaia's lips curled into a smile as he softly said, human anatomy. Jiang Shao was overjoyed. She's willing to share with me? Listen to the words he used, human anatomy. The moment he opened his mouth, it was obvious that he was an expert. Filled with the aroma of malt Gaia slowly sat down. Just as she was about to do so, a few tree vines suddenly grew out from the grass beneath her feet. They coiled and intertwined, turning into a chair. She continued, "That was the first star martial transformation in his Star Warrior era. According to him, although what I saw were mysterious characters and symbols, in his eyes, it was a diagram of the human body. Through the human anatomy diagram, he could improve the physical fitness of the Star Warriors and stimulate their growth potential. Due to the fact that it has the effect of stimulating one's potential, the earlier one receives such transformation, the more beneficial it would be for the growth of the Star Warriors." Jiang Shao let out a long nasal sound and nodded lightly. Gaia raised her eyebrows slightly. In order to avoid causing trouble for Jiang Shao, she dared not open her eyes to look at him. However, with her powerful perception, she could clearly see Jiang Zhao's actions. Gaia said, "It seems that you already know the effect of this star martial transformation." "Yes." Jiang Shao nodded decisively. "There is nothing to hide. I've already transformed many of my teammates." Gaia sighed softly. Jiang Zhao's approach was the same as Hopkins' a few decades ago. When Hopkins figured out how to turn stars into weapons on that page, he immediately transformed the bodies of his team members. That was how the gods of the European continent came to conquer the alien world. Jiang Shao asked, "What else do you know?" Gaia said, "The second page of Star Martial Transformation has a negative effect. It can reduce one's star power realm and weaken the potential of the Star Warriors. It's a very vicious effect." Jiang Shao nodded again. "What about the third page?" She could tell that Jiang Shao had studied and understood it. Gaia adjusted her emotions and said softly, "The third page of Star Martial Transformation allows him to enhance the effects of the star techniques in his star slot and infinitely weaken the effects of the star techniques in his star slot. This is a very special page of Star Martial Transformation. The limited enhancement allows the star technique to be enhanced within the same quality. It's a quantitative change. The infinite weakening is enough to weaken a star-grade star technique to the point that it has no effect at all. It's no different from being sealed." Jiang Shao nodded and thought to himself, "It's settled. Impressive, my Mother Earth. That's amazing. It's more like it." She didn't have Star Warrior era at all, but she knew the effects of the few pages of Star Warrior era. How much did Hopkins love her back then? Or rather, what kind of hot-blooded young man was Hopkins at that time? Reading between the lines of Gaia's words, Jiang Shao seemed to be able to imagine how the young lad would show off in front of his beloved woman every time he came up with a new trick. That seemed to be a little unfair. Hopkins was willing to share the joy with his beloved woman. Gaia suddenly said, "You know it too." "I know it very well." Jiang Shao shook his head and smiled. Previously, Hopkins used this page to seal all my star techniques with the effect of turning stars into martial arts. He only left me a spatial star technique and asked me to study it to help him break through the shackles of the space dimension. Gaia said, "When you were fighting just now, you used some non-space star techniques. It seems that your star slot has been unsealed." Jiang Shao said, "Yes, I feel terrible." Gaia asked softly, "You unsealed it yourself?" Jiang Shao smacked his lips and said, "Yeah, that old guy wouldn't be so kind as to unseal it for me. However, Hopkins still doesn't know that I've already unsealed my own star slot." Gaia's heart trembled and she asked, "What about the next page? Have you figured it out?" Jiang Shao shook his head and said, "I hope you can give me some ideas." Gaia adjusted his expression and said in a trembling voice, "When I was imprisoned by him, he only managed to study up to the fourth page. Seems like I can still help you." The fourth page, Star Martial Transformation, is to understand the essence of star techniques and convert any form of star technique into pure star power. Be it for offense or defense, it will have amazing effects. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. To be honest, when Jiang Shao saw why Lisabeth's Holy Cross star map, his train of thought went astray. He thought that Hopkins was wearing a cross on his chest, so Jiang Zhao's star techniques, such as blessing and silence, could not affect Hopkins. According to what Gaia said at this moment, No matter how exaggerated the effects of any star technique in the world were, be it physical output, magical output, mental attack, or soundless roar, everything could be converted into the purest star power attack for Hopkins. Jiang Zhao's Adam's apple squirmed, and he said in a trembling voice, "So, when Hopkins is attacked, he's not facing the attack of star technique, but a pure star power attack that has been converted." "That's right. That's why I told you before that you're not on the same level as Hopkins." Gaia nodded slightly and continued, "As long as there's enough star power in Hopkins's body, he can use it to resist any attack. Objectively speaking, he will be able to erase all the effects of the star technique." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. He immediately flipped open Star Warrior Era and found the third section, Star Martial Transformation. He then flipped to the fourth page. Jiang Shao frowned and murmured, "Understand the essence of star techniques. All star techniques are, of course, activated by star power. Hence, all the star techniques in the world, without exception, are products made of star power. It's just that their external manifestations are different. In essence, they're all star power." At this moment, the fourth page of the thick Star Warrior Era in Jiang Zhao's hands lit up with a bright ray of light. Jiang Zhao's eyes widened slightly, and the mysterious words and symbols in his line of sight were suddenly unveiled. Another human anatomy chart appeared in front of Jiang Zhao. At this moment, Gaia couldn't help but slowly open her eyes. He understood it with just a touch. It was too scary, simply too scary, the kid in front of me. What kind of Star Warrior is he? When Gaia opened her eyes, she saw a familiar scene. She couldn't help but be in a trance and even forget the questions in her heart. The scene in front of her was shockingly similar to the scene from decades ago. However, the young man holding the thick book was no longer a Westerner, but a young man from the East. He was not as handsome as the person from back then, but he was taller and more manly. No, maybe none of them are. Gaia retracted her thoughts because she saw Jiang Shao looking up at her with a look of surprise and surprise. Jiang Zhao's face overlapped with that of the young man from back then. They had the same surprised smile, the same clean face, and the same passionate gaze. At this moment, they seemed to have understood the mysteries of the world and were full of ambition and passion. They swore to trample the world beneath their feet. Gaia pursed her lips. She had just met Jiang Shao, but at this moment, she had an inexplicable feeling as if she had known him for decades. Jiang Zhao's look of surprise turned into one of confusion again, and he was once again sucked into a world of the cycle of seasons by a pair of bright eyes. However, this time, Gaia did not close her eyes. Looking at the two overlapping figures in her line of sight, Gaia reached out and picked up Jiang Zhao's palm. She exerted a little force and dragged Jiang Zhao, who was like a puppet, forward. Gaia picked up Jiang Zhao's palm with both hands, lowered her head, and slowly closed her eyes. Her forehead was also pressed against the back of Jiang Zhao's hand. "Promise me, don't become him." There was a picture of Mother Earth posted on Weibo. Those who were interested could take a look. Weibo, the writer. Chapter 1277. Gaia murmured softly with mixed emotions about the unknown. "I created another Hopkins with my own hands. Maybe I should destroy you now, or it's too late and I can't destroy you anymore." Jiang Shao, who came back to his senses, looked at the scene in front of him in astonishment. He didn't know why Gaia became like this. He only knew that the back of his hand was pressed against her forehead, and it was very warm. Listening to her murmur, Jiang Zhao's emotions were a little complicated. Just a few seconds ago, she was still a high and mighty god who ruled over life and death for Jiang Shao. But at this moment, she was holding Jiang Zhao's hand and praying devoutly. She prayed that the future she envisioned would not appear and that Jiang Shao would not be the second Hopkins. The sudden change in identity and status made Jiang Shao a little helpless. Jiang Shao thought about it and said, "I'm not him." Gaia shook her head from side to side and rubbed her forehead against the back of Jiang Zhao's hand. She closed her eyes and said calmly, "Yes, you're not. Not now, and not in the future." Her murmur seemed to be comforting herself. Jiang Shao raised his left hand, hesitated for a moment, and rubbed Gaia's long hair, made of branches and leaves. While comforting her, he changed the topic. Do you know the effect of star conversion on the 5th page? No. After he understood the 4th page, he slowly changed. Gaia let go of Jiang Zhao's hand and said, I don't know what the 5th page is, but maybe it was the 5th page that made him completely change. The only thing I can be sure of is that before I was imprisoned here by him, he didn't study the 5th page of star conversion. Speaking of this, Gaia sighed softly and said, 60 years have passed. You should have figured it out long ago. Jiang Shao said, not necessarily. Gaia asked, huh? Jiang Shao shrugged and said, his ultimate goal was to let me take him to break the shackles of space, explore the mysteries of the world, and see the outside world. In that case, there was no need for him to give me the book Star Warriors. However, not only did he ask me to copy his Star Warriors era, but he also sent me to you so that you could be my mentor and help me study the Star Warriors era. I think he just didn't understand it and was stuck. You have to know that I rarely met him, but almost every time we did, he would urge me to study Star Warriors. So, he must have seen how talented and intelligent I am. So he wanted me to help him research. Just like what you're doing now, wait for me to finish my research and give him the ready-made answers to copy. Outstanding talent, peerless intelligence. Finally, Gaia separated the figures of Jiang Shao and Hopkins. Although Hopkins was also a young man full of drive back then, at least he had the demeanor of a master. At least he still had his dignity. Gaia said, are you sure you've mastered the 4th page, Martial Star Transformation? Jiang Shao nodded. Yeah. Gaia hooked her finger, and all of a sudden, gravel swept out from Jiang Zhao's hand. Ouch! Jiang Shao stomped his feet in pain and waved his hands frantically. Ah, damn it. Be gentler, Mother Earth. Gaia was speechless. Jiang Shao said, at least let me open the Martial Star Transformation before you experiment. Gaia said, okay. All of a sudden, Gaia realized a very serious problem. In other words, Jiang Shao did not use the 4th page of Star Warriors era to protect himself. However, there were no injuries on his palm. Did he rely on pure physical defense to block her attack? This, of course, Gaia knew how terrifying his attack was. Is his defense actually that strong? Hence, even without Star Warriors era, Jiang Zhao's abilities seemed to be much stronger than what Gaia had imagined. Jiang Shao took a few steps back and looked at the 4th page of Star Warriors era. After studying it for a while, in Gaia's vision, a string of mysterious star power symbols floated out and circled around Jiang Zhao's body several times before finally fusing into his body. Jiang Shao frowned slightly and muttered, it's a switch type? In the future, if I don't change the switch, will always be like this? Jiang Shao frowned and pondered while looking at Gaia. Come on. Gaia slowly raised her hand. Jiang Shao frantically said, be gentle. Gaia was speechless. The small gravel was swept away by Jiang Zhao's hand, but he had a strange expression on his face. Regardless of what star technique Gaia used, it would turn into a pure star power attack when it landed on Jiang Zhao's body. Jiang Shao discovered that the star power in his body was protecting his body before the scorching yang. Endurance technique resisted the opponent's attack. The majestic astral power surged and churned, continuously counteracting the sudden invasion of astral power from the outside. Why did Jiang Shao say that endurance did not trigger the defensive effect? Because Jiang Shao didn't feel any pain at all. He really didn't feel anything. If it weren't for the fact that the star power in his body was being depleted, Jiang Shao would have even thought that Gaia didn't attack him. At this moment, there was only one word in Jiang Zhao's mind: protection ring. Damn it, when Jiang Shao thought of that word, he was dumbfounded. All right, I'm a transmigrator. Why do I still have an impression of an ancient game from another world? Why did I blend in perfectly with the students from high school to university? Forget it. I'll stop thinking about it. It's going to be a spirited guy. The Star Warrior era on the 4th page had the same effect as a protective ring. Any star technique that struck Jiang Shao would not cause him to lose his stamina and vitality. Instead, it would be offset by the star power in his body. In other words, it would only consume his mana and not his vitality. In that case, Jiang Shao would be invincible if he activated star power abundance at the maximum level. If not, Jiang Shao still had countercurrent light. He could share star power with others. Besides, Jiang Shao also had the halo of nostalgia. Whenever it rained, the total amount of star power harvested would be extremely large. Under the effect of Star Warriors era, it would indeed be difficult to break through Jiang Zhao's defense. Jiang Zhao's body would only be harmed when his star power was depleted and he could no longer offset the external attacks. However, Jiang Shao still had a bunch of mythical pets in his body, and he was also a medical awakened Star Warrior. His outstanding point was his endurance. How could he easily deplete his star power? Even if Jiang Zhao's star power was depleted, Gaia's attacks would finally be able to hurt Jiang Zhao's body. Jiang Shao still had Jiao Yang, endurance. Interesting. Jiang Shao sat down and rested his elbows on his knees. He rubbed his chin and thought to himself, what if I switch to the star map? Does it still have such an effect? I'll do it. Jiang Shao quickly switched back to the 9-star map and said, try again. Gaia cooperated and attacked again. This time, a clear pain came from the back of Jiang Zhao's hand. Jiang Shao suddenly transformed into a bear, rolled backward, and scrambled to his feet before retreating. Sure enough, after switching to the Star Warriors era, the 4th page of the star map that was attached to him disappeared. When he switched back, Jiang Shao discovered that the switch on the 4th page had been automatically turned off. Jiang Shao still had to turn into a Star Warrior again and reactivate his protection ring. This is going to be a little difficult. Is the 4th page of Star Warriors era strong? Of course it is. As long as Jiang Shao had enough star power in his body, he would be invincible. Besides, he would not be affected by any special offensive effects of star techniques. However, Elizabeth's Holy Cross was not weak either. Magic immunity. However, unlike the 4th page of Star Warriors era, pure star power could hurt Jiang Shao instead of counteracting the star power in his body. The difference between the two was huge. All of a sudden, Jiang Shao was caught in a dilemma. Which one should I use? Come to think of it, if I open the 4th page of Star Warriors era and let the decoy put a cross on my body, what kind of scene would that be? Would the Holy Cross be useless? The Holy Cross was immune to magic, and only pure star power could hurt Jiang Shao. The 4th page of Star Warriors era was to return all star techniques to their source and turn them into pure star power. I'm screwing myself over. When Jiang Shao was attacked, he wondered if he should take the Cross sect or the Star Warriors sect. Jiang Shao immediately opened the space door, and the bait walked out and put a cross on Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao activated the Star Warriors era and looked at Gaia again. Come. Poor Mother Earth, she actually became a tool god. Jiang Shao, who was attacked again, couldn't help but sigh. Star Warriors era, really? Domineering. It directly removed the effects of the Holy Cross. When Jiang Shao activated Star Warriors era, the Holy Cross lost all its effects and was instantly changed into pure star power. The Holy Cross also changed from an auxiliary star map to an offensive and output star map for Jiang Shao. Wow, Jiang Shao realized a very serious problem. In this state, even ordinary auxiliary and medical star techniques would be a form of output for Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao couldn't press Bell to his chest because it was no longer a healing star technique, but an offensive star technique. Don't. Jiang Shao threw a countercurrent light at Gaia. All of a sudden, a large amount of vitality and star power surged towards the weak Jiang Shao. Damn it, Jiang Shao couldn't help but curse. He's too naive. Under the circumstances of activating the 4th page of Star Warriors era, countercurrent light was no longer sharing star power. Instead, it was a crazy output to Jiang Shao. The large amount of star power from the external world surged and offset the star power in Jiang Zhao's body. Even the effects of the countercurrent light star technique were tampered with. Jiang Shao was so frightened that he hurriedly cut off the countercurrent light. In the distance, Gaia also frowned slightly. The rapid loss of vitality and star power made her very uncomfortable. Jiang Shao looked at his hands in a daze and tried to activate star power abundance. Huff! The star power that swarmed around him no longer provided Jiang Shao with star power. Instead, it became an attack on him, frantically counteracting the star power stored in Jiang Zhao's body. Jiang Shao turned off star power abundance, placed his hands on his hips, and sighed deeply. Activating the fourth page of Star Warriors era meant that Jiang Shao was going against the world. There was no distinction between positive and negative effects. To Jiang Shao, any form of star technique was an attack that would deplete the star power in his body. Star Warriors era. Even if you go against the world, I will stand by your side. Jiang Shao. Why should I go against the world? Star Warriors era. It's okay, I'll help you. Chapter 1278. Gaia lowered her head slightly, closed her eyes, and sensed Jiang Zhao's movements. He seemed to be deep in thought. After a full 5 minutes, Jiang Shao suddenly waved his hand and a space door opened. Wait for me. No need. Gaia then walked over and seemed to want to follow Jiang Shao into his space door. Jiang Shao scratched his head. What is this? Is this trust? At their level, there were not many taboos for Star Warriors. After all conspiracies and tricks were useless in the face of absolute power. However, to Gaia, her greatest taboo, and perhaps her only taboo, was entering another person's space. Why? Because of a unique experience. Because Gaia had been imprisoned for decades. To be honest, Jiang Shao felt flattered that she was willing to follow Jiang Shao into the Calamity Shadow world. Perhaps this isn't her true form. After all, her true form is a mountain that still stands tall in the Alps. The two of them walked into the Calamity Shadow world one after another. Gaia turned around, opened her eyes, and looked around. It was a deep forest, but it was not quiet. Jiang Zhao's eyes were red, and soon it started drizzling. Found a target, Jiang Shao flashed, and returned with a white ghoul in his hand. To be exact, it was a white ghoul that had its chest pierced. Clearly, the moment Jiang Shao flashed over, he had already made his move. The white ghouls that he had brought back had already been dealt with. Gaia closed her eyes again and turned around. She could also feel the white ghoul's vitality rapidly diminishing, and Jiang Shao, who was squatting beside the white ghoul, seemed to be deep in thought. Jiang Shao pressed the back of the white ghoul's head and pressed it to the ground. It struggled hard and let out a series of roars, but it became weaker and weaker. Jiang Shao also stepped back and held the Star Warriors era in his hand. Page 4. Let's go. Previously, when Jiang Shao activated page 4, Protection Book, he had used countercurrent light on Gaia and suffered from the endless star power attacks. Because Gaia was far stronger than Jiang Shao, her vitality was more exuberant, and her star power was denser than Jiang Zhao's. What about changing the target? What if he found a white ghoul whose vitality was about to be exhausted and whose star power was far less than Jiang Zhao's? After activating the protection page, Jiang Shao cast a countercurrent light at the white ghoul. Roar! In an instant, the white ghoul was resurrected. Of course, the white ghoul was not dead in the first place. But at the instant that Jiang Shao connected it with countercurrent light, its wounds healed rapidly, and it got up abruptly before opening its crimson eyes. Gaia gently hooked his finger, and the ground beneath the white ghoul's feet suddenly split open. Its thick thigh instantly sank into the cracked ground. The white ghoul roared angrily, but the lower half of its body was buried underground. Its legs could not be pulled out no matter how hard it tried. It clawed at the ground fiercely, determined to tear the earth apart, but the grass that used to be soft was now terrifyingly sturdy. The white ghouls were forcefully controlled. Jiang Shao exclaimed in bewilderment. What's the matter, child? Gaia asked all of a sudden. Jiang Shao said, the special effects of the star techniques that you're imagining don't seem quite right. Gaia obviously hesitated for a moment before asking, what do you mean? Jiang Shao said, Just now, my vitality and star power were all channeled into the weak white ghoul through countercurrent light. You have to know that I've now activated the fourth page, the protection page. It was understandable that the rules awakened, such as Ice Roar, would remove all freezing and tearing effects when it hit Hopkins' body and turn it into a pure star power attack. When thrown at Hopkins, Silence and Blessing would also be transformed into pure astral power to attack him. However, countercurrent light, it was an adjustment and sharing of star power in the first place. Jiang Shao turned to look at Gaia and said, I seem to have found a way to hurt him. Gaia had clearly caught up with Jiang Zhao's rhythm and said, can't he interpret your countercurrent light as pure star power and make this star technique completely ineffective? With a peculiar expression, Jiang Shao said, it can't be, Jiang Shao waved his hand again, and a ray of countercurrent light hung on the white ghoul. He cast aside all effects of the star technique and interpreted its external manifestation as pure star power lines. 2 seconds later. Jiang Shao sighed deeply, placed his hands on his hips, and shook his head helplessly. How naive. Jiang Shao thought that he had found the key to victory and thought that endurance star techniques were special. He thought that they were different from other star techniques such as output, control, and medical. However, reality slapped Jiang Shao in the face again. There was no difference. As long as it was a star technique, there would be no difference. When countercurrent light became a pure line of star power in Jiang Zhao's eyes, it did not even have the effect of transmission and sharing, let alone the so-called damage. At this moment, Jiang Shao had two identities. As the user of the star technique, Jiang Shao could still make countercurrent light effective. However, as the target of countercurrent light, Jiang Shao could completely erase the effects of countercurrent light from the perspective of the victim. Jiang Shao refused to believe it and cast another ray of countercurrent light on Gaia again. He tried to understand and apply the protective pages from the perspective of the victim. Jiang Shao discovered that Gaia's vitality and star power were no longer flowing into Jiang Zhao's body. After all, the so-called countercurrent light had become a pure line of star power, a useless line of star power. Gaia clearly sensed all of this. She stepped forward and comforted him in a gentle voice. Don't be discouraged. You've already done very well. Jiang Shao plopped onto the ground and scratched his head in frustration. Gaia stood beside Jiang Shao, squatted down, and comforted him softly. You have to try and experiment, and you have to consider all kinds of situations. You've failed now, but you've also figured it out. It's much better than being blindly confident and letting him teach you a lesson when you go to war with him in the future. Jiang Shao smacked his lips and said, You're really good at comforting people. Hee hee. Gaia smiled. Don't give up. We still have a lot of time. Jiang Shao said, You can rest assured about this. I'm not someone who gives up easily. If this path doesn't work, I'll find another one. I don't believe that he's really invincible. This damned Star Warriors era. Gaia pressed a hand on Jiang Zhao's shoulder and said softly, Maybe I can encourage you and make you happier. Jiang Shao turned his head and looked at Gaia in shock. Huh? Gaia closed her eyes and said, You said you can copy other people's star maps, right? Jiang Zhao's mouth was half open and he was stunned for a while before he finally exclaimed, Gaia stood up and took 2 steps back. In front of her, a special star map bloomed. Maybe it can give you more leverage to win. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Damn it, what the hell is this? You're telling me this is a star map? Isn't this too simple? This is black soil? Damn, so you're black soil? Jiang Shao looked up at Gaia and said, 75? Are you born in the year of the tiger? Gaia was obviously stunned and said, What? No, nothing. Jiang Shao waved his hand and smiled awkwardly. Again? Expose my age, Gaia frowned slightly, but she did not dwell on this issue. Instead, she continued, This is the Earth star map, the star map that nurtures all things. Yes, yes. Jiang Shao nodded repeatedly. When he saw Gaia's original body, Jiang Shao knew how powerful her star map was. However, Jiang Shao never expected that her original body was a mountain, and her star map was actually a piece of land. The texture of the dark land was simply terrifying. He could even see the dark, granular soil clearly. Gaia spoke again. Hopkins doesn't dare to see me until now because of my star map. Of course, Jiang Shao knew how strong Gaia was. Among Hopkins's teammates, only Gaia did not know that Jiang Shao would come because Hopkins did not tell Gaia in advance. Previously, after Jiang Shao received the message from Akiso, he thought that Hopkins did not want to see his old lover, so he did not inform Gaia. But now, it seemed that it was because of his strength. Gaia said, "He and I can kill each other." "Oh." Jiang Shao was interested and asked hurriedly, "What do you mean?" Gaia stood on the ground and gently rubbed her toes. She said, "As long as I'm still standing on the ground, the earth will provide me with endless energy. Not only star power, but also vitality. This means that I have enough star power to completely destroy him. Similarly, if he takes me away from the ground, I will also be in danger." Gulp. Jiang Zhao's Adam's apple squirmed, and his heart trembled violently. What did he hear? Damn it. She was indeed a god from the ancient times. The effect of her star map was so powerful. There was obviously a reason why she could make Hopkins fearful. Gaia continued, "Any star technique that attacks Hopkins will be converted into star power and offset with the star power in his body. As for me, I won't be hurt at all. As long as I'm still standing on the ground, any attacks against me will be borne by the earth." Jiang Shao looked at Gaia with a dumbfounded expression and said, "In other words, the earth provides you with vitality and star power. It also protects you in all aspects and bears all your injuries." Gaia gently nodded his head. However, he sighed and said, "It's a pity. After being imprisoned here, I gradually comprehended the second star martial transformation during the lonely years. Otherwise, there would have been an interesting battle between him and me. Child, do you want the star map?" Jiang Shao looked at Gaia dumbfoundedly and blurted out, "Mom." Gaia was dumbfounded. That. Jiang Shao snapped back to his senses and hurriedly said, "What I mean is, Mother Earth, please maintain your current posture. Don't move. Don't move." There were too many soil particles, and Jiang Shao had to copy them for a while. "You may not believe it if I say it. Apart from having Mother Earth, you'll soon have Father Earth. Thank you for the reward from the Chief of the Hammer. The boss is so generous. Thank you for your support." Chapter 1279. Gaia stood in the same place and looked at Jiang Shao quietly. To be precise, she was looking at the constantly changing star map on Jiang Zhao's chest. This was one of the few times she could open her eyes and look at Jiang Shao, because Jiang Zhao's full attention was on the star map on her chest and would not be dragged into the cycle of seasons by her eyes. For Gaia, since she had already chosen to trust Jiang Shao, there was no need to hide it anymore. The two of them had a common enemy. Besides, Gaia could only pin her hope of regaining freedom on the child in front of her. After a long time, the star map on Jiang Zhao's chest gradually stopped changing. Every grain of soil was full, and it was no different from Gaia's star map. Gaia asked, "Do you feel the power of the earth, child?" Jiang Shao looked solemn and lowered his head slightly, as if he was carefully experiencing something. Without needing Jiang Shao to ask, Gaia said carefully, "About the first level of star martial transformation, you can imagine my appearance and feel the connection between you and the earth under your feet. You're closely connected to it. From now on, it will be your strongest support. On this piece of land, you can do whatever you want." Jiang Shao nodded thoughtfully. He really felt that the land under his feet was closely connected to him. It was a wonderful feeling, just like the perception of the water droplets in the tear domain. It was also at this moment that Jiang Shao carefully felt that his physical body was also constantly changing. His pitch-black hair gradually turned green. Tiny saplings intertwined with each other as they grew. Finally, they converged into a pocket-sized version of a giant tree. Long branches hung down naturally, and dense leaves were scattered. On Jiang Zhao's body, the sea-devouring robe made a decision on its own and moved away from Jiang Zhao's body. However, The ocean blue military uniform on Jiang Zhao's body suffered a disaster. Forests, deserts, mountains, rivers, all kinds of terrain were rendered on Jiang Zhao's body, completely assimilating his ordinary ocean blue clothes. In just a few seconds, Jiang Zhao had become exactly the same as Gaia. Apart from his face and palms, his entire skin and even his entire body had become a variety of terrain. From spring to autumn, from green to yellow, from forests to deserts, from mountains to rivers. Jiang Zhao tilted his head and looked at his shoulder. There was a cliff where a waterfall was flowing downwards. Jiang Zhao could vaguely see the traces of a beautiful rainbow. You might not believe it, but I've turned myself into a decoration. With his current form, if he were to go to any house, his status would definitely soar. Even the entrance fee had to be paid. As Jiang Zhao turned his head, the drooping branches of the giant tree above him also scattered in front of him. Jiang Zhao raised his hand, picked up a branch, and brought it to his mouth. Gaia's breath caught in his throat. Jiang Zhao suddenly opened his mouth and plucked all the leaves off the branch as if he was eating a skewer. I eat myself. Are you scared? Baji, Baji. Jiang Zhao had a strange expression on his face as he turned to look at Gaia. Are these leaves quite delicious? Gaia took a deep breath and held it in. Then he said calmly, in the first stage of star transformation, the earth will be your shield, allowing you to do whatever you want on this land. Oh. Jiang Zhao looked at the branches in front of him, which were once again covered in dense leaves. He couldn't help but stroke his long hair with one hand and pick it up gently with the other. All of a sudden, a layer of gravel appeared on the ground and floated in the air. However, it quickly lost contact with Jiang Zhao and fell back to the ground again. Gaia explained patiently, the premise of doing whatever you want is that you have to have a root and be closely connected to the ground. If the root is cut off, you won't be able to do anything. Oh. That's an interesting restriction. While Jiang Zhao was deep in thought, a mud snake appeared shakily beside him, followed by a stone snake made of gravel. The two snakes grew from the ground and gathered in midair, forming the shape of an arch. Jiang Zhao immediately got excited. Of course, he did not have any stone or mud star techniques, but under the effect of the star map, he could change the terrain around him at will. Jiang Zhao thought of the star technique of the Russian Federation mercenaries when he was in the snowfield back then. Mud River. At the next moment, the ground under Jiang Zhao's feet began to surge rapidly, rising and falling like a muddy river. If the Earth-type and Stone-type star techniques were just a form of expression, the large topographic map would be like going back to the source and allowing Jiang Zhao to understand the usage of all Earth-type star techniques from a source. Oh my God, Jiang Zhao thought of the scene of Gaia, imprisoning the white ghouls just now. He stretched out his hand, and the ground under Gaia's feet suddenly cracked open, after which Gaia's body sank rapidly. Naughty, Gaia said as she glared at Jiang Zhao. Sometimes, youth was just a form of camouflage. Gaia quietly floated to the ground and said, when you turn into a star warrior for the second time, you'll realize how limited you are at this time. Jiang Zhao was dumbfounded. I can already do whatever I want. How is that limited? Seemingly sensing Jiang Zhao's bewilderment, Gaia smiled gently and suddenly raised her hand to aim at a small tree beside her. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Under Jiang Zhao's astonished gaze, he saw the small tree grow at a crazy speed. The trunk kept getting thicker and bigger, and the branches kept growing. In just a few seconds, the small tree had grown into a towering tree. Gaia said softly, when you enter the star end stage and turn into a star warrior for the second time, your relationship with the earth will change. You will be the earth. By then, you will truly be able to feel the nourishment that the earth brings to you. You will also be able to mobilize this power to nurture all things in the earth. Your vitality and star power are almost endless. Anyone who hurts, you will also be transferred to the ground under your feet. Jiang Zhao nodded dumbly and said, by then, will I become a mountain like you? Yeah, Gaia nodded. That's right. That will be your second form. You'll like it. Jiang Shao asked, "Why do you say that?" Gaia said, "It's hard to describe the feeling. You'll have to experience it yourself when the time comes." Also, did you notice a problem? Jiang Shao asked, "Huh? What problem?" Gaia said, "You've been looking into my eyes and communicating with me." Huh? Jiang Shao froze for a moment and couldn't help but blink. He carefully stared into Gaia's bright eyes and said, "It's true. I won't be dragged into the 4 seasons reincarnation cycle by your eyes." Gaia pointed at Jiang Zhao's body and said, "You and I are the origin now, and your body is also experiencing the 4 seasons reincarnation cycle." Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows slightly and lowered his head to look at his body that had turned from green to yellow. The most terrifying thing was that Jiang Zhao's skin was dynamic at this moment. "Damn, how much does this cost?" "A global limited edition skin. Only 2 were released." Jiang Shao released the star power threads and flashed away with Gaia. Gaia felt her vision blur and found herself standing on a large platform. This is the platform on the 3rd floor of the stone villa. Gaia took 2 steps forward and stood at the edge of the platform. She saw the huge lake in front of the house that she couldn't see the end of. She also saw the beautiful snow-capped mountain in the distance that connected to the horizon. Gaia's heart skipped a beat, and she asked, "This is your home?" "Yes," Jiang Shao replied, while putting up a peace sign with the snow mountain as the background and revealing his white teeth. In front of Jiang Shao was wearing a straw hat, beach pants, and a flowery shirt. He was holding a mobile phone in his hand and taking pictures of Jiang Shao. After all, it was a hot summer day, and Jiang Shao's clothes were relatively cool. Gaia leaned forward curiously and looked at the mobile phone in Jiang Shao's hand. She was indeed a little curious about the gadgets of human society. It seems like this thing can save a person's image. By the way, Gaia, you've been imprisoned for so long and have been fed by the earth. Have you not eaten for a long time? Jiang Shao suddenly said. Gaia was stunned for a moment before nodding gently. Jiang Shao said excitedly, "I'll show you my culinary skills. Roast beef, hot milk, and all kinds of fruits. You've helped me so much. I have to reward you no matter what." After saying that, Jiang Shao flashed with Gaia and entered a sea of flowers before leaving alone. It was a real sea of flowers. The small flowers were like wildflowers by the roadside, while the large flowers were as large as umbrellas. Gaia raised her eyebrows slightly, seemingly very fond of the environment there. Jiang Shao took out a milk bucket from his space, found a cow, and began to milk it. Gaia gently stroked the huge petals with one hand and said, "You have a lot of clones." Jiang Shao said, "Yes." Gaia asked, "Where did your main body go?" Jiang Shao said, "He went to pick fruits for you. There are thorny fruits that are specialty of the alien planet, as well as watermelons, peaches, melons, cherries, and so on. Those fruits are planted with the savages." Gaia asked, "Star beasts?" Jiang Shao exclaimed, "The star beasts in the alien planet are all very intelligent. You should know that. The savages live in the northeasternmost part of China. My main body has to go there to pick them for you." Gaia thought about it and said, "I thought you only had a forest, but it seems that your star technique, space wrap, is more than that. It seems like you and Hopkins both have star techniques of unattainable quality. Your space wrap is also a planet, right?" Jiang Shao nodded and said, "Yes." Gaia's expression froze, and she asked, "Like him, you can also improve the quality of your star techniques by absorbing the star beads of the star beasts?" While milking the cow, Jiang Shao replied softly, and Gaia's voice trembled a little as she said, "You mean you have an internal star map just like him?" Jiang Shao's head was instantly filled with question marks. Hopkins even told me about the internal star map. Damn it. How reckless was this old man back then? Not getting a response from Jiang Shao, Gaia said, "He used to talk to me about everything. That was a secret between us. He always said that he was the one chosen by God." The milkman paused slightly. Jiang Shao turned around and lifted the brim of his straw hat with one hand. He then smiled at Gaia and said, "Seems like he wasn't the only one chosen, right?" Gaia held her breath for a moment and forgot how to respond. For so many years, she had been shrouded in dark clouds, and she had been pressed down by a mountain named Hopkins. She had struggled to breathe. She stared at the young man in front of her and listened to the news. She looked at his clear eyes and bright smile. All of a sudden, she felt that the world was so beautiful. Thank you to a pot of cool breeze for giving me 80,000 yuan. Boss is so generous. Thank you for becoming the 100th chief. I won't say anything else. May Daddy Earth protect you. Chapter 1280. A month later, in a land of Beijiang in the Calamity Shadow world. The star power around Jiang Zhao's body was dense, and a large amount of star power that was as viscous as water surged into Jiang Zhao's body. While retching, he watched the white ghoul witch star bead in his hand gradually shatter. Finally, 2 messages came from the internal star map. Blessing leveled up. Scorching Yang quality. Bait leveled up. Scorching Yang quality. Jiang Zhao licked his lips excitedly and hurriedly looked at his internal star map. Scorching Yang, decoy. Create a decoy, 6/9. Jiang Zhao was dumbfounded. Indeed, there were 9 baits of the highest quality. Cough. Jiang Zhao covered his lower abdomen with one hand and couldn't help but bend down. His retching turned into a dry cough. Damn it, I only used to retch symbolically, but now the reaction is getting bigger and bigger. It's finally my turn. I'm a male vomiting master. What do you guys want to ask? Jiang Zhao looked at Jiao Yang's blessing and waved his hand despite the fact that his body was extremely bloated. At the next moment, Jiang Zhao's face turned pale and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He hurriedly flashed away and fled. Just as Jiang Zhao flashed to the edge of the forest, he saw that the top of the forest where he was just now was covered by a thick layer of white clouds. It was a torrential downpour. The light rain of blessing was even more intense than the torrential rain of tears of sorrow. This wasn't a blessing rainstorm or even a torrential downpour. It was a pure waterfall. The thick clouds were no longer the usual white color, but milky white? It's actually the same color as milk candy. The thick white clouds poured down like a torrent. Jiang Zhao was very sure that if he were to continue standing in the forest, it would probably take a long time for him to wake up. In fact, Jiang Zhao even felt that his body might be blown up. At the thought of this, Jiang Zhao couldn't help but shiver. The original blessing of the candlelight moon required Jiang Zhao to shoot a ray of blessing light from his palm into the sky and support the cloud of blessing to open up. After that, specks of light would fall. Now, it went from continuous casting to one-time summoning. There was another benefit. Due to the summoning of Jiao Yang's blessing, Jiang Zhao lost a large amount of star power in his body. Hence, he no longer felt bloated and did not retch for the time being. However, the maximum level of star power abundance was not a joke. As a large amount of sticky and suffocating star power surged into Jiang Zhao's body, he soon retched again. The blessing was poison again. Diamond blessing was a holy light magic circle. It was the powerful embodiment of irascible poisonous milk. The star's blessing had undergone a huge change, turning from a pillar of light to a rain of light. Subsequently, the candlelight blessing allowed Jiang Zhao to freely adjust the rain of light. She could be cute and gentle, salty and sweet. Jiang Zhao could choose to heal everyone or nourish their bodies and minds silently. However, this Jiao Yang blessing was enraged again. There was no room for negotiation. This world, feel the blessings bring you happiness. Why do I feel like something's not right? This was supposed to be a very domineering sentence, but why did it sound so childish? At the thought of this, Jiang Zhao couldn't help but touch his chin. The big bosses of the villains were all making the world feel pain. As for my ultimate meaning, it was to make the world feel happiness. TSK. Indeed, I'm a bright and great positive character. While Jiang Zhao was crowning himself as king, he flashed back to the stone villa, leaving behind a bunch of white ghouls in the forest. After returning to the villa area, Jiang Zhao did not return to his house. Instead, He went to the tree hat bridge and asked for a bowl of soup from Grandma Z. He switched the star map back and forth and summoned 3 brand new baits. He didn't know what level his astral power had reached after a month of hard work and constant astral power transformation of his body. According to Jiang Zhao's state of absorbing star power every minute and second and his body being transformed by star power, Jiang Zhao's one day of training would probably be comparable to a month of training for an ordinary star warrior. In fact, Jiang Zhao's estimation was conservative. It might be more than a month. However, it was certain that Jiang Zhao's body had yet to enter the end star stage. But whether he was at the late stage Starry Sky realm or the peak of the Starry Sky realm was still questionable. Jiang Zhao, who had many tricks up his sleeves, naturally had his own ways to deal with it. His bait could be modified by star warriors. If he could bring the bait to the star end stage, then it meant that his main body was at least standing on the threshold of the late stage Starry Sky realm, or even the peak of the Starry Sky realm. Moreover, there was a huge advantage to this move. If Jiang Zhao's body was stuck at the peak of the Starry Sky realm, then he could replace it with another peak of the Starry Sky realm as bait. In theory, Jiang Zhao could undergo countless transformations to break through the star end stage. What did this mean? This meant that Jiang Zhao could obtain the benefits of breaking through to the star end stage countless times. He could be imbued with wisdom by the star Atlas again and again. While he was thinking, one of the 3 baits in front of him lit up the Star Warrior Era Star map, another lit up the Earth Star map, and the last one lit up the 9-star map. The bait that lit up the map was very easy to distinguish. After all, when Jiang Zhao was summoning the bait of any star map, he would also have to switch star maps. When Jiang Zhao summoned Terra Dawn just now, it inevitably transformed into a beautiful landscape image. After cutting off the sensory connection, he held the Star Warrior Era Dawn in his hand and flipped open the book. A series of mysterious words floated out and circled around the 9 stars Dawn. In theory, Jiang Zhao could be imbued with wisdom by the star map countless times. However, at the end of the day, he still had to put into practice. Hence, in order to avoid any accidents, Jiang Zhao let the bait with the 9-star map undergo human transformation first. Unfortunately, Jiang Zhao's star map could be said to be scorching hot. It was almost going to explode. However, the background color of Jiang Zhao's star map was still the deep night sky, and the star power was also blue. It could be seen that everything was caused by the scorching hot star slot of the main body. Otherwise, the background color of the star map of the bait that was exactly the same as Jiang Zhao's would also be a grayish-red scorched earth. 9-star Dawn frowned and allowed his body to be transformed. In his mind, he was also consciously thinking about what the second transformation of the 9-star array might bring him. At this moment, what Jiang Zhao needed most was, of course, to break through the space dimension. Although Jiang Zhao was currently in his own Calamity Shadow world, after opening the door, the outside world would be Hopkins' Ocean Ridge world. Of course, Jiang Zhao did not want to be trapped here for the rest of his life. Would it be the ability to break through the space dimension? It seems the direction is not right. 9-star Dawn closed his eyes and felt the endless energy flowing into his head, transforming his body again and again, improving his star power realm. What could it be? 9-star Dawn frowned. The first star martial transformation gave Jiang Zhao the ability to go back and space positioning. Can this second star martial transformation allow me to predict the future? Or, on the basis of go back and space positioning, the upper limit of the ability will be increased again, becoming F***CK. 9-star Dawn could not help but curse. At the side, the 2 baits and the main body looked at 9-star Dawn curiously. Well, since the sensory connection was temporarily cut off, Jiang Zhao did not know what was happening. Did the bait really advance to the end of Star Stage? Was he really enlightened for the second time? Beside him, Granny Z was shocked, the rich soup in the broken bowl in her hand spilling all over the ground. 9-star Dawn's eyes widened as he raised his head and looked at the sky in a daze. In his left and right eyes, there were 9 stars arranged in order, shining with a cold glint. Waves of star power rippled out from Nine-Star Dawn's body. At the same time, in the living room on the first floor of the stone villa, Gaia curled up on the sofa with a cup of warm milk on her knees. If her legs moved, even a little, the cup of milk would be knocked over, but Gaia was as steady as an old dog. No matter how the button in her hand crackled, her knees did not move at all. She held a game controller in her hand, and her eyes were focused on the TV in front of her. On the TV screen, there was a black guy wearing a baseball cap wandering around the streets of Los Santos. This game console was bought many years ago. As for the specifics, Jiangzhou's Scourge Ruin was of low quality and only had stone pillars and a night sky. At that time, Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue experienced the incident with Judge Yin. When they broke out of the door of Judge Yin, they mistakenly entered Feng Xingyun's Scourge Ruin and endured the pain of being imprisoned. At this point, Jiang Shao learned from the painful experience and decided to add some interesting things to his space. He bought this game console and a few game discs. However, the game console had always been in a dust-eating state, so he had no time to play at all. He never expected that this game console was prepared for Gaia many years in the future. In fact, at Gaia's age, she should not be particularly obsessed with games, but Give 'em Love was too awesome. It simply opened the door to a whole new world for Gaia. Since the last century, Gaia had been imprisoned in Ocean Ridge World, isolated from the rest of the world. As of now, she had been imprisoned for nearly 60 years. She was a person who was completely out of touch with the times. Not to mention 60 years. Even if a person was released from prison for 10 years, he would definitely not be able to keep up with the pace of the times. Everything he saw would be new and interesting. Through Give 'em Love, Gaia finally understood what a cell phone was. She had also seen the modern society, the unimaginably prosperous city, the skyscrapers, the endless traffic. Just as Gaia was controlling her character to snatch a small sports car and was waiting for the traffic light at the intersection, she suddenly, I feel that something is wrong. Gaia came back to her senses from the luxurious life of Luo Sheng City. Feeling the immense energy, she picked up the cup of hot milk, and with a flash, she appeared by the lake in the forest. Gaia blinked, a little confused by the scene before her. Although she knew that Jiang Shao had plenty of bait, the scene of 4 Jiang Shao appearing in front of her at the same time was still a little unacceptable. Soon, Gaia no longer bothered about Jiang Shao. She stared intently at Jiang Shao, who had left the team, and felt the surging star power in his body. Kacha! Gaia clenched her fists tightly, causing the glass to shatter and the warm milk to spill all over the ground. She said in a deep voice, End of stars. Right in front of her, Nine-Star Dawn slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of neatly arranged eyes. They were bright, eye-catching, and captivating. Yes, end of stars. Thank you, 3 mountains and 2 waters for the 80,000 reward. The 101st Cute Lord. The boss is generous. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1281. So, what's the effect of your second star transformation? Gaia looked at Jiang Shao expectantly, and even her voice was trembling a little. Clearly, she also yearned for freedom. When hope was right in front of her, the god-level star warrior panicked a little. While absorbing the star bead of the void calamity, Nine-Star Dawn frowned and said, I can trace back time for a long, long time. Nine-Star Dawn sighed softly. Previously, the 9-star eyes could also allow Jiang Shao to go back in time to see what happened in the past, but it could only trace back for a year and a half at most. However, if he went back further, the energy consumption would increase exponentially, and Jiang Shao would pass out because of the excessive energy consumption before he could see the specific scene. However, things seem to be different now. The second star transformation of the 9-star array clearly indicated that Jiang Shao could trace back to the past almost indefinitely. Although he could not reach the level of 500 years in the future, Jiang Shao could now have 500 years in the future. In other words, If Jiang Shao were to enter the Dragon Cave again, he would be able to find out how his parents disappeared back then, as long as he was given a stable environment. The second effect of the 9-star array was still spatial positioning, but compared to before, the positioning was clearer and more accurate. In general, the second star transformation of the 9-star array did not add any new abilities, but it was further enhanced on the basis of the original abilities. Tracing back time was a qualitative change, while spatial positioning was a quantitative change. While thinking about it, 9-star Dawn had already absorbed the star technique of the space-time rift. Filled with hope, Jiang Shao flashed. He flashed on the spot. All of a sudden, Jiang Shao fell silent. Seeing Jiang Zhao's expression, Gaia's tensed heart gradually relaxed, and there was a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Gaia sighed softly. How can it be that easy to teleport across dimensions? Perhaps it was because he had too high of expectations for him. The atmosphere by the lake and the forest was rather depressing. Gaia thought about it and decided to speak up to divert Jiang Zhao's attention. In other words, your bait can now become a mountain. Jiang Shao snapped out of his trance and nodded gently. He then summoned another star, Era, Akatsuki, and looked at Mother Earth, Akatsuki. Gaia suddenly said, "Let's go somewhere else. It's best if it's more spacious." "That's right," Jiang Shao said as he led everyone away. Standing in the endless Sahara Desert, Jiang Shao and Gaia watched from afar, while Star Age Akatsuki stood in front of Earth Akatsuki and picked up a thick book. Under Gaia's gaze, a series of runes floated out and spun around Earth Akatsuki's body. Dawn of the Great Earth looked solemn as he stroked his long green hair. As he raised his hand, the waterfall on the cliff on his shoulder changed its direction and flowed to his side. However, after the waterfall left Jiang Zhao's body, it disappeared without a trace and did not fall to the ground to become real water stains. Our relationship has changed. The earth is no longer my shield, but has become one with me. Big Earth Shao, Tianyun muttered, his mind recalling Gaia's inculcation to him. I can't just do whatever I want of the surrounding land. The earth will provide me with nourishment and endless energy and bear all the damage to my body. Or should I say, there's no question of who to bear it for, because I am the earth. I am... It was at this moment that Dawn of the Great Earth's eyes gradually widened. Layer after layer of star power surged into Dawn of the Great Earth's body, and his body that was covered by the natural landscape gradually grew bigger and bigger. Jiang Shao suddenly felt that he had been too conservative. He stepped on the soft sand and retreated again. "No need." Gaia, who was beside him, said, "You see me as a mountain, but in fact a large part of me is a mountain that exists naturally. My body is just a part of that mountain, and it's just as tall as the mountain." Jiang Shao said, While he was stunned, Dawn of the Great Earth's body in front of him seemed to grow endlessly. What was indomitable? What was towering into the clouds? Jiang Shao finally understood the meaning of these two words. Dawn of the Great Earth stepped on the relatively flat desert, growing from 8 meters to 18 meters, and then to 180 meters. In the end, when Dawn of the Great Earth truly advanced and comprehended the second star martial transformation, he had already become a huge and terrifying existence. On the huge body that was more than 3,000 meters tall, the miniaturized landscape had now become a natural landscape of a normal size. Gulp! Jiang Zhao's Adam's apple squirmed as he tried hard to raise his head and look at himself that towered into the clouds. His heart was filled with shock. This is me? Is this really me? I am so strong? At this moment, in Dawn of the Great Earth's vision, everything seemed so small. The boundless desert and the sand dunes that he had to climb were no longer important at this moment, and he no longer needed to pay attention to these existences. In his vision, there seemed to be a small oasis in the far east. The terrifying distance in the past was now only a few steps away. Dawn of the Great Earth raised his arm and tried to touch the low white clouds in the sky, but his palm penetrated the layers of clouds and gently patted the white clouds that were like cotton candy. His form had completely changed. In the past, at least his face and palms were human flesh and skin. Now, there was no longer a face and palms. In terms of his entire body, he was left with 30% flesh and blood. Dawn of the Great Earth looked at his palm and seemed to recall the scene of the battle between Jiang Shao and Poseidon. So, this was Gaia's perspective back then. It really looked like an ant. She also had a very gentle heart. Logically speaking, if it was Jiang Shao, seeing two weak existences fighting in his palm, or even the lines on his palm, Jiang Shao would really find it hard to look them in the eye. Gaia said, "Do you feel the power of the earth?" "Yes, I feel it." After their senses were connected, Jiang Shao said, "The feeling of being one. Not to mention others asking me to leave the ground. Even I myself find it hard to cut off such an intimate connection." Gaia's voice became softer and softer as she tried to raise her head and look at the replica of herself. She said softly, "You could try to use your ability." Beside her, Jiang Shao said, "Do what?" There was a trace of reminiscence in Gaia's eyes, as if she was thinking of herself in the past. She said softly, anything you want to do." Jiang Shao hesitated for a while. In the distance, the towering dawn of the Great Earth had his palms hanging down naturally. Around his body, in the barren desert, a patch of green grass gradually emerged. The sand gradually dissipated and the soil slowly appeared. From time to time, the ground would sink and water would continuously seep out. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In the blink of an eye, the land around Dawn of the Great Earth had turned into a grassland, then from a grassland to a forest. "As expected, you and I are different," Gaia said softly. Jiang Shao asked why. Gaia shook her head and said with a smile, "When I entered this state, the first thing I did, I flattened a mountain." Jiang Shao was speechless. Gaia said with a smile, "Later, I repaired the mountain and became one with it." Indeed, it's easy to lose your balance. The energy coming from the earth is too terrifying. From a world-class star warrior, I suddenly became the omnipotent god of earth. It's a wonderful feeling. You haven't changed much. That's good." Gaia looked at the green forest from afar and sighed softly. When you discover that you can do whatever you want and dominate everything, your first reaction is to create an oasis in this barren desert. It's to create, not destroy. It's to live, not die. Boom! As soon as Gaia finished speaking, the towering dawn of the Great Earth in the distance suddenly lifted its foot and stomped down heavily. All of a sudden, the earth shook, the forest was crushed, and dust was everywhere. It was a mess, is that so? Jiang Zhao's body swayed from side to side along with the tremors of the earth. "It doesn't seem as interesting as I imagined." Gaia was speechless. After a while, Jiang Shao finally stabilized his body and said, "Let's try other bait and other star maps." Jiang Shao then replaced Star Angie Dawn, who had already fainted. After the senses were interconnected and he obtained all the information, Jiang Shao also replaced the 9-star warrior Dawn that had been modified previously. Speaking of which, what's the second Star Warrior transformation in Star Warrior Era? Using Star Warrior Era to help Star Warrior Era? There was no one else who could do this. Jiang Shao was just about to switch to the Star Warrior Era star map, but his movements froze slightly. Gaia acutely noticed that something was wrong with Jiang Shao and asked, "What's wrong?" Gulp. Jiang Zhao's face stiffened and his throat moved. Is there a bug?" Gaia asked, "What bug?" Right in front of Gaia, Jiang Zhao's body lit up with a 9-star map. All of a sudden, it was grayish-red and Gaia took a few steps back. Even Gaia was fearful of such a scorching star map. Or rather, she should be disgusted. As Mother Earth, she especially hated the aura coming from Jiang Zhao's star map. In fact, when Jiang Shao and Poseidon were fighting in Gaia's palm, the scorching sunblade that Jiang Shao summoned had already made Gaia very uncomfortable. Every time the scorching sun blade touched the lines on her palm, the normal grasslands and forests would all be burned to ashes, turning into a scorched land full of cracks. Jiang Shao turned to look at Gaia in a daze and said, My body hasn't advanced to the star technique stage, but my bait has succeeded, and I've completely comprehended the second star warrior transformation of the 9-star maps. The bait is another me. In other words, although I'm not at the star end stage, I've completely mastered the second star warrior transformation. Gaia nodded thoughtfully and said, "It's just like how some talented and intelligent star warriors can master most of the effects of the star map when they're at the peak of the galaxy stage. However, the star warrior transformation is an ability of the starfall stage." "Yes, that's more or less what I mean." Jiang Xiao nodded repeatedly. It seemed that Gaia had completely caught up with Jiang Zhao's train of thought. Gaia nodded, and after confirming the point in her heart, she asked in bewilderment, "So, your bait can turn into the Star Marshal a second time. What's the difference between that and your real body?" Jiang Xiao pursed his lips and said, "You know, my star map is of a space series, so it can cause space-time star techniques to mutate." Gaia's eyes lit up. "Oh," Jiang Xiao said, "any star technique that is compatible with the star map will have a certain increase after the Star Warrior transformation of the star map. Don't you know that?" Gaia shook her head silently and said, "I've already become the mother of all things on Earth. I can't tell which are my star techniques and which are my abilities anymore." Jiang Xiao scratched his head and thought that it made sense. The Earth star map allowed all soil, stones, sand, and even plant-type star techniques to be traced back to their origins. Putting aside the external manifestations of the star techniques, Gaia became an omnipotent god. Maybe she might have some misunderstandings about the strength of her star techniques. Jiang Xiao said, "I have a friend whose star map is a flower. After she turned into the second star warrior transformation, all the flower-type star techniques in her star slot underwent terrifying changes. Jiang Kelly's Sakura Sky Domain was a normal pink cherry blossom petal that fell and had a radius of 500 meters. The Sakura Sky Domain, which was of the same quality, turned into black cherry blossom petals in three-tailed star map, and the radius of perception increased to 1,000 meters. It was a complete mutation. Just now, the star technique of the space-time rift that Jiang Xiao used to bait him was only of diamond quality. Now, the space-time rift in Jiang Zhao's star map was of the highest quality, scorching yang quality. On this basis, you're going to strengthen it. The space-time rift has finally become its final version and become a true lawless lunatic. It turns out that in order to reach the ultimate quality of a certain type of star technique, one must not only have the scorching yang quality, but also the corresponding star map. At the thought of this, Jiang Zhao's heart trembled violently. Hopkins had long expected this. Is that why he sees Jiang Xiao as his only hope? It was because Jiang Xiao could have the highest quality star technique of space. Similarly, after he turned into the second Star Warrior transformation, the star map of space would be able to provide Jiang Zhao's star technique with bonuses. Gaia raised her eyebrows slightly and looked at Jiang Xiao. "What do you mean?" Jiang Xiao released the threads of star power and flashed with Gaia. In the next moment, the two of them stood at the foot of a mountain range. Gaia asked with a bewildered expression, "This is..." Jiang Xiao pointed at the mountain that was more than 3,000 meters high and asked, "Don't you find it familiar?" It wasn't that she couldn't recognize him, but rather that she didn't dare to think about it at all. She suddenly reached out and grabbed Jiang Zhao's arm. "You didn't open the space door just now." Jiang Xiao answered, "Yeah." Gaia grabbed Jiang Xiao forcefully and said, "You crossed the space dimension." Jiang Xiao answered, "Yeah." "Huh." Gaia took a deep breath and looked at her body in disbelief. She asked in a trembling voice, I am free?" Jiang Xiao answered, "Yeah." Gaia was dumbfounded. Chapter 1282. In the middle of September, the weather in Ludong province was still scorching hot. Stoneport was a small county-level city, but it had the largest fishing port in North China. Jiang Xiao was rather familiar with the place. Once upon a time, he had a college roommate whose hometown was here. During those beautiful years, his college roommate even invited Jiang Xiao to swim in his hometown. Jiang Xiao was there. To be exact, he was the bait. However, he wasn't there to swim, and he didn't see any beautiful ladies in skimpy clothes either. Because, at this moment, Stoneport had already become one of the front lines of the Huaxiao army. The Soul Dancer Legion of the Star Advent 7th Regiment, which was originally stationed in Ludong, had received orders from their superiors. Under the leadership of Xia Yan and Han Jiangxue, a group of Yinyang soul warriors, white-faced dancers, and paper ink book spirits followed the main force and stationed there. It would not be an exaggeration to call such a county-level city a fishing village. However, it had become an important town for the military to guard. As for the ocean, humans had almost lost control of it. At the end of the day, humans were still land creatures. Even if modern technology was advanced and some star warriors had underwater star techniques, the sturdy ships and cannons of humans were not enough to deal with the marine creatures. No matter how excellent the equipment was or how powerful the battleships were, they would still seem extremely clumsy to the marine creatures. The battlefront was inevitably pushed to the border between the sea and the land. Besides, that was only China, a country that could quickly gather troops and focus on guarding a place. Some countries in the world would always be politically charged regardless of the crisis they faced, even if they had reached the point of life and death. Under the constraints of various parties, they could be considered to be retreating. The name of the game was very appropriate to describe it: humanity's crushing defeat. At this moment, in the suburbs of Stoneport City, a number of rocket launchers were roaring and launching long-range attacks. However, they seemed to be unable to stop the other party. Fortunately, the ordinary people had long been evacuated, and the only ones left were the warriors. The sky was hazy and it was raining continuously. The thick fog came from the ocean, obscuring people's vision and adding a hint of fear to the people on land. In a forest near the coastline, the Star Beast army was lined up neatly without making any sound. Even the usually mischievous paper ink book spirits were filled with anxiety at this moment. The ignorant are fearless. At this time, the book of ink and paper spirits had already fought 3 rounds with Oceanside. They were very clear about the strength of the other side. Right above the forest, Xia Yan was wearing a black cloak and standing in the air, staring at the beach and sea in the distance. Her eyes were red, her face was gloomy, and her gaze was sharp. She held the sword in one hand and stroked her wet, short, curly hair with the other. What was it that turned a carefree, optimistic, and cheerful girl into such a person? It was life. It was one life after another that disappeared. After several battles, this lively and cheerful girl who loved to cry and laugh had gradually changed into her current self. Being a general was different from being a soldier who charged and broke through enemy lines. Xia Yan's responsibility was no longer to attack and conquer the land. Instead, she became the person who controlled the entire situation and the entire army. At this moment, every soldier's life, regardless of whether they lived or died, would be counted on her head. This kind of pressure was not something an ordinary person could withstand. In a quiet mountain forest, 2 people quickly floated up. Jiang Shao, the decoy, looked at Xia Yan with a worried expression. To be honest, he kind of regretted letting Xia Yan be the person in charge of the 7th Regiment of the Star Lin Army. She might be under too much pressure. Han Jiangxue floated to Xia Yan's side and said loudly, "Commander Luan has given the order to retreat appropriately. There are no ordinary people in Stoneport anymore, and it has been designated as a combat area. As long as we have the ocean, the invaders will have a backer, and we can lure the enemy inland." Amidst the sounds of gunfire, Jiang Shao also yelled, "It's a wise decision to lure some of the marine creatures in and cut off the connection between the amphibious creatures and the pure marine creatures. We'll destroy them one by one." Xia Yan. Amidst the rumbling sounds of gunfire, Xia Yan nodded silently and said, "That's the only way." She stared at the beach in the distance that was shrouded in fog with a pair of menacing eyes. Nothing could be seen with the naked eye, but Xia Yan could detect a large number of figures of the Ocean Clan through her tear domain. The star technique, deep sea fog, could only hide the user's body. Xia Yan's tear domain could still detect the marine star beasts that couldn't use the deep sea fog. Xia Yan also discovered the large blue defensive shield that was propped up in the shallow sea. The Marine army was resisting the dense gunfire and advancing step by step, which made them feel hopeless. Compared to the previous 3 ambushes, this time, the opponents seemed to be serious. The ear-piercing cries of the wave chasers could be heard, seemingly cheering for the Marine army. Han Jiangxue quickly ordered the army to retreat and grabbed Xia Yan's arm with one hand. Let's retreat too. Although we're far away from the beach, we'll soon be within the range of the Marine army. Sensing that the fog from the ocean was rapidly drifting closer, Xia Yan suddenly turned to look at Jiang Shao and asked, "How's your communication with the poo-poo whale going?" Jiang Shao said softly, "Don't make things difficult for it." After all, the poo-poo whale was not the humming whale. It was not a companion that had accompanied Jiang Shao along the way, but a member that joined midway. The poo-poo whale did not make a clear statement regarding the battle between humans and the ocean. One side was the poo-poo whale's friend, while the other side was the people from its home. The poo-poo whale was probably very conflicted at this moment, so much so that it had already meditated. In Han Jiangshue's hailing shelter, the whale was no longer flying or swimming. Instead, it lay quietly on the beach like a beached whale, not moving at all. Jiang Shao pressed a hand on Xia Yan's shoulder and said, "I'm your superior, Xia Yan. All of our previous decisions were made with my approval. You don't have to bear them alone. I know what you're thinking, but retreating doesn't mean that we've given up, nor does it mean that our previous 3 battles were in vain. We're retreating for the sake of advancing, so that we can better exert our abilities and concentrate our advantages." Before he finished speaking, Jiang Zhao's voice stopped. At this moment, his main body that he had cut off contact with a long time ago suddenly contacted him again. After exchanging senses, Jiang Zhao's expression suddenly changed. Damn, me, why am I so impressive? I can actually break through the dimensional restrictions. Han Jiangxue clearly noticed Jiang Zhao's strange behavior and asked, "What's the matter? What happened?" Jiang Shao said, "I huff." A water spout was pushed up, wreaking havoc on everything on the ground. The omnipresent water spout that was rampaging and pushing forward frantically laid a solid foundation for the marine creatures that landed behind. A series of sounds that sounded like labor chants came from the thick fog. Under Xia Yan's perception, a group of skeleton sailors carried a small sea phantom ship and landed on the beach. The group of pale skeleton sailors were wearing headscarves and bony accessories on their skulls. They formed a group of 6 and were carrying a small ship forward quickly. Buzz! A strange sound that seemed to have come from the deepest part of the ocean was lingering in everyone's ears. Xia Yan's expression changed, and she could sense a large sea phantom battleship emerging from the bottom of the water. It didn't need the sailors to carry it because it could fly on its own. Huff! A strong gust of wind swept over and even blew away the thick fog. All the long-range artillery fire was blown away by the swirling hurricane and scattered on the ground. Han Jiangxue hurriedly took out the walkie-talkie and yelled, "Stop! Stop attacking!" Accompanied by the sounds of explosions, a large sea phantom battleship flew up from the ocean. Groups of sailors were blown off balance by the wind, and the small boats that they had just carried to land on the shore rose into the air with the help of layers of wind and waves and approached the land. The army was pressing on. Stars, sea phantom wind. Apart from the sea phantom wind, there seemed to be stars, sea phantom cannon. The giant battleship that was more than 300 meters long and more than 30 meters wide revealed itself in the fog and slowly approached. It was not modern and looked more like an ancient ship from the 17th or 18th century. The blue and white sail was a little shabby and some patches could be vaguely seen. It was fluttering in the wind. At the next moment, the entire ship suddenly circulated with energy and a huge cannonball was fired. The giant cannonball emitted astonishing energy and the bright blue light completely lit up the gloomy sky. Before the energy cannonball landed on the ground, Xia Yan could already imagine the power of the cannonball. Indeed, the other party was serious. In the past, Even Jiang Shao thought that the Sea Phantom Lord who possessed the Star Technique, Star Phantom ship, was the master of the deep sea. Now, it seemed that humans were too ignorant. The Sea Phantom Lord was just an existence of a higher level than the Sea Phantom Skeleton Sailors. However, it was not the true overlord of the deep sea. In the past month, the land side was still able to fight evenly with the sea side, but now, the other side was using their ultimate weapon. All of a sudden, the platinum and diamond quality Yin-Yang Soul Warriors and white-faced dancers became useless on the battlefield of such a high level. The location of the giant energy cannonball was obviously the dense forest where the soul dancers were located. Run! This time, they couldn't even run away because the cannonball was too fast. Soul dancers attacked the cannonball. Xia Yin yelled decisively. All of a sudden, the Yin-Yang Soul Warriors who were retreating hurriedly got into a horse stance and launched heavy punches, pushing countless Yin souls into the sky. The soul spirit of the paper ink book was covered in pieces of paper, and a series of explosions caused the pieces of paper to fly out and blast towards the giant energy cannonball. Xia Yin floated in the air and stared at the giant cannonball that was rapidly approaching. She frantically slashed out with her sword again and again, and the small hidden dragons dashed out menacingly. Han Jiangxue tried her best to cut to the back and cast words that represented peace in the world. However, the other party's star technique was terrifyingly powerful. Jiang Shao hurriedly put the holy cross on the two of them. At this moment, rumble, under the full blow of the Legion, the giant energy cannonball exploded. Kacha! Kacha! The huge wave of air blew the trees on the island apart, and even the star beasts in the dense forest were pushed away by the wave of air. Their formation was in chaos. Buzz, the attack from the Sea Phantom battleship, continued. At the next moment, everyone was in despair. They had tried their best to block the opponent's attack, and they were even thrown to the ground by the wave of air. They could not form an effective defense, and the cannonball was coming again. Xia Yin had a look of horror on her face as she slashed her sword again and again, and the small hidden dragons dashed towards the giant cannonball. Hiss! A dragon roared, and a star dragon with bright skin floated out of Han Jiangxue's head. At the next moment, countless stars fell and smashed onto the beach. Oh, a strange roar came from the Nether Sea Lord's mouth. This group of skeleton-like Nether Sea Lords had only appeared occasionally in the previous 3 battles. However, at this time, their numbers had covered the entire beach. Buzz! Buzz! One after another, the Star Tranquil Ocean ships rushed out, flattening everything on the island and rushing towards the huge Star Dragon. Jiang Shao hurriedly put the Holy Cross on Star Dragon and watched helplessly as the Sea Phantom ships rolled over Star Dragon's body one after another. Xia Yin floated in the air and curled up her body, enduring the huge wind and waves. The energy cannonballs exploded and released a shocking wave of star power that struck her body. Xia Yin was wearing the Holy Cross. Although star power and star techniques could not cause any harm to Xia Yin, the pure wind could make her sway. Damn it, Xia Yin cursed, which was rare for her. She turned her head around abruptly, and under the strong wind, Xia Yan's wet short hair was blown away, revealing her charming face. A star map of the big sword suddenly lit up in front of her. Come, let's go all out. Whoosh! At the next moment, a familiar figure appeared in front of Xia Yin. Xia Yan's face stiffened and she hollered angrily. What are you doing up there? Go down and hide. Although everyone had the Holy Cross, Xia Yin still hoped that Jiang Shao was behind her or hiding somewhere safe. Jiang Shao said, Turn star transformation into martial arts and summon the big sword. You'll fall asleep too. With a sullen expression, Xia Yin said, I have to smash that giant ship. Otherwise, this land won't be able to withstand it. While speaking, Xia Yin grabbed Jiang Zhao's arm and pulled him behind her. She then slashed with her sword again. The Sea Phantom battleship in front of them seemed to have gone head-on with Xia Yin, and a cannonball was blasted at her again. It was really like a mosquito being bombarded by a cannon. Whoosh! Just as Xia Yin stabbed the hidden dragon with her sword, a space door suddenly opened 20 meters in front of her. It was a huge space door that blocked out the sun, It was more than 100 meters long. Xia Yan's body trembled slightly, and the small hidden dragon dashed into the space door. The giant energy cannonball that was shooting over also rushed into the space door without causing any wind or waves. Xia Yan turned her head abruptly and stared at Jiang Shao, who was behind her. After being stunned for a full second, she stammered, "This body?" Jiang Shao nodded gently. In the field tears domain, Xia Yan's eyes were already red, and at this moment, the layer of mist in her eyes became even more intense. She was just like a strong and fragile adult. When she was alone and faced everything, she was invulnerable and strong. However, when she returned home and saw her loved ones, she suddenly couldn't suppress the grievances in her heart, and the surging emotions made her extremely vulnerable. Xia Yan bit her lip and said, "You still know how to go back." Before she finished speaking, her eyes widened. She shifted her gaze to the area behind Jiang Shao. It seemed to be a huge foot that was a strange foot that was made of human flesh and blood, mixed with rocks and mud. One foot? Where's the other one? Where is it? Xia Yan continuously shifted her gaze upwards and raised her head. In the end, she even tilted her head 90 degrees, but she still couldn't see what the towering thing was. And at this moment, within the layers of clouds and mist, a huge palm tore through the dark clouds. It descended from the sky and smashed onto the sea phantom battleship that was flying in the sky. Rumble. The battleship shattered with a loud explosion. The gigantic palm smashed heavily on the beach, smashing groups of skeletons and crushing ships one after another. All of a sudden, a gust of wind rose and waves of air overflowed. The waves surged and the earth shook. In the sky, a face slowly appeared above the layers of dark clouds. It was a face that was made of rocks and mud mixed with flesh and blood. To Xia Yan, it was a familiar yet unfamiliar face. "This is Jiang Shao." Huh? Xia Yan couldn't help but open her mouth wide, and her heart trembled violently. She looked up in shock at the face that broke through the clouds. "We agreed to look up at the stars together. Why did you secretly become a god?" The face that blotted out the sky stared at the dense forest and beach below, and suddenly spoke. The voice seemed to have come from the sky and spread out mightily. "Greetings, overlords of the sea. Welcome to land." The voice that resounded in the sky sounded like rubbing stones. It was a little unpleasant, but extremely majestic. At the next moment, in the dense forest, the trees grew rapidly, and the ordinary trees turned into flexible giant vines that spread towards the beach and lashed out wildly. Rumble. The earth cracked, and the cracks that were torn out turned into abysses that absorbed countless marine creatures that fell into them. Then the cracks quickly closed. During the violent shaking of the earth, sand snakes and mud snakes rose together and swept up sand, soil, mud, and rocks, forming vortexes that evolved into various natural disasters that exploded on the beach. In the dark clouds, the mysterious and huge face watched everything that was happening below silently and said in a hoarse voice, "I am your Father Earth." "Thank you, Alliance Master Feng Shuizong and Luo Hua, for the 200,000 rewards. The boss is generous. Thank you for your support. A 5,000-word chapter. May everyone read to their heart's content." Top. Chapter 1283. How big can aircraft carrier be? In terms of length, the larger ones were more than 300 meters long, while the smaller ones were less than 200 meters long. As for the Nethersea battleships below, each of them was more than 300 meters long. To the humans, they were the real overlords. They were supposed to be massive, but in the eyes of Father Earth, they were pitifully small. A series of explosions rumbled, lingering in the ears. One after another, the terrifying sea phantom battleships were smashed by the huge palms and stomped flat by the feet. The towering Earth phantom battleships that looked like an ancient deity displayed astonishing combat power that was beyond the limits of what humans could bear. The Star Beasts of the Star Advent 7th Regiment quickly retreated. On the beach, All kinds of natural disasters took place one after another, and none of the creatures that landed on the beach were spared. Xiaoyan stood in the air in a daze, staring at the torn ground and the swirling sand and mud. She was dumbfounded for a while, before turning to look at Jiang Shao beside her. What? What is this? Wait a moment. I'll explain when I come back. Jiang Shao then waved his hand and took out a few dragon concealment star beads from his space before handing them to Xiaoyan. Here, when I went to the dragon cave previously, I seized a few dragon concealment star beads. See if you can absorb the star technique concealment. Guard here first. I'll go to Sure and to take a look. Due to the fact that the dragon concealment star beads were relatively large, Xiaoyan had no choice but to carry them in her arms. At the same time, she once again felt like she was being taken care of. Hearing Jiang Zhao's words, Xiaoyan subconsciously said, "I'll go with you." Jiang Shao simply said, "Lead the troops well." He then disappeared. Hearing this, Xiaoyan pouted her lips in displeasure, and one of the star beads in her arms disappeared. It seemed that she had secretly absorbed a star bead. Indeed, the main body is indeed different. Clearly, both the bait and the main body were Jiang Shao, but Xiaoyan was clearly superior to the bait. She suddenly became obedient when facing Jiang Shao himself. Jiang Shao left Earth Phantom Dawn to guard the stone port while he flashed to the Liaodong Peninsula. The Liaodong Peninsula, where Celestial Advent 7th Regiment was located, and the Liaodong Peninsula, where Celestial Advent 6th Regiment was stationed, were across the sea. At this moment, Gu Shiren was also leading his army in a deadly battle. "Be careful." Ember let out a loud roar and threw the mist dagger in his hand, sending a snake sting flying from Wu Xiaojing's side. "I can handle it." Wu Xiaojing raised her hands and a wave rushed forward. At the same time, she glared at Ember fiercely. The decoy, Jiang Shao, held the giant sword in his hand and hid in a pile of snow-white legs. He retreated while fighting. "Focus." Don't get me wrong. Those legs might be white and long, but they're not good legs. It was the frozen walker's leg. Their image was that of snow zombies. Livor mortis could even be seen on their thighs. How could they look good? In the sky, under the leadership of the absolute leader, Bing Qilin, a few ice souls crazily flung their ice roars towards the coastline. Diamond, ice roar. It was an absolute killing weapon. It was definitely a heavy cannon. The rapidly spinning ice vortex took away the lives of the Marine clan one after another. However, the creatures that invaded the Liaodong Peninsula were not the Sea Ghastly clan. They were a group of snakes that controlled lava and wind. Yes, snakes, 8-armed snakes. They had long and thin tails, but thick torsos. The huge snake heads were covered in lava, and their 8 arms were holding various lava weapons that were flying around randomly. Diamond-quality dark lava snake warriors. Among the group of violent dark lava snake warriors, star-quality dark lava snake sorcerers could be seen from time to time. The dark lava snake sorcerers were easy to distinguish. Compared to the 8-armed snake warriors, the snake sorcerers only had 4 arms, and each of them was holding a scepter. Compared to the human and star beast armies on land, the dark lava snake sorcerers were more troublesome to deal with. As the lava scepters in their hands hit the ground, cracks began to spread. Within a radius of 100 meters, the ground could be torn open and hot lava sprayed out. The dark lava defensive shield made by the dark lava snake sorcerers and the ubiquitous purification dark lava tide were also helping the Marine army to invade the land step by step. Hiss! Hiss! A cruel light burst out from the dark red vertical pupils. The red tongue in its mouth was spitting out with a hint of bloodlust. A group of marine creatures were controlling lava to fight. This world was really strange. Amidst the snowstorm, the sobbing of the ice demons could be heard from time to time. Ice thorns rose from the ground and stabbed out, tearing the dark lava snakes apart. However, the dark lava snake's defense was very strong, and the ice demon's attacks were somewhat weak. On the other hand, using Ice Roar to hit the Ice Souls had a more obvious effect. Star Advent First Group has assembled. Retreat in an orderly manner. Lure the snakes into the hole. Gu Shiren held a thorny shield in his hand and roared angrily. His choice of words was quite apt. Obviously, the shield in his hand was not an ordinary item. It was his star transformation weapon. It blocked the lava that sprayed over and over again. At the same time, it seemed to cover the body of the dark lava snake sorcerer with lava again and again. Reflected damage? More than 10 kilometers behind the coastline, Star Advent First Group set up layers of barriers. The Army's bulldozers of the past were going to be used again today. The soldiers worked together to put up a defensive shield. The main thing was to wrap the ground under their feet with a defensive shield. Previously, the Star Advent Guild had been defeated because of the lava controlled by the Dark Lava Serpent Shaman, which made the soldiers of the Star Advent Guild suffer greatly. Being ambushed by the Dark Lava Snake race, Star Advent First Group had no choice but to retreat. Gushurin also had to lead 6 groups of ice race forward to buy time for his brothers and regroup. A series of miserable cries resounded through the beach. These frozen walkers, who liked the wind and snow and the cold, formed a line of shield walls that were slowly retreating and were splashed by the scorching lava. From time to time, a few of the retreating figures would stumble and fall into the cracks beneath their feet. They would be melted by the boiling lava and be completely melted away. What was more terrifying was that many of the large frozen walkers were suddenly sent flying into the sky by the lava that suddenly gushed out from the ground. The process of falling from the sky was so cruel. Almost before they landed, most of their bodies were melted by the hot lava. Unfortunately, the holy cross that Jiang Shao used as bait could only protect a few people. It could not protect the entire army. The dark lava snake race continuously emerged from the sea and crawled in the bright red lava. They spat out their red tongues, and their red eyes flashed with a cruel light as they rapidly approached. Drops of lava fell on their bodies. Not only did they not cause any harm, but they also stimulated their desire to fight. Gushurin suddenly raised his head and roared angrily. 6th group, everyone, listen up. Ice Demon retreat first. Ice Spirit in the middle. Frozen walkers hold up their shields and slowly retreat. Before he finished speaking, his voice stopped abruptly. Right in front of him, a familiar figure wearing a cloak suddenly appeared. Gushurin was stunned for a moment and subconsciously turned his head to look into the distance. He saw that in the camp in front of the left, Jiang Shao the Bait was indeed protecting the frozen army. He was leading the troops to retreat together with Wu Shaojing and Ember. Gushurin. A voice came and resounded through the sky. Here. Gushurin's body trembled. How long had it been since he heard such an inspiring voice? Jiang Shao the Bait had always been by his side, but his posture was very low and he had always been the leader. However, the familiar figure in front of him, the aura revealed by the voice, at this moment, Gushurin did not seem to be the leader of the Celestial Advent 6th group. These 3 short words dragged him back to the elite tail feather squad. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The dark lava snakes that had landed raised their heads, bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they screamed wildly at the figure in the sky. One after another, hot magma sprayed towards the figure, but a white cross had already lit up in front of the figure's chest. The figure in the cloak stood in midair and shouted angrily, Gushurin, lead the troops in charge. Gushurin, yes. Gushurin had already guessed that Jiang Shao was probably the original body. Of course, he also understood that Jiang Shao would not let his brothers die in vain. Even though he had 10,000 doubts in his heart, Gushurin's body was very honest. He shouted loudly, Celestial Advent 6th group, all troops charge. Jiang Shao stood in the sky and raised his right hand. His body was stiff and he could not move at all. From his right hand, a white medical wave jumped out and connected to the nearest frozen walkers. Ring, ring, ring. Just at the moment when the medical light wave fell on the frozen walker's body, the heart-stirring bell rang. The rapidly jumping medical wave divided into 3 into 9. Ring, 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 ring. A series of crisp and sweet bell sounds filled the battlefield that was full of wails, screams, and battle roars. Scorching Sun Bell. Under the highest quality bell, Jiang Shao was still unable to move, but the only light that was shot out became a medical wave that could be branched. Ring, ring, ring. In an instant, a dense healing net pounced on the tragic battlefield that was filled with the flames of war. Ever since Bell reached the star grade, it had become a continuous healing spell. The medical light would always hang on the target's body without stopping and quickly heal the target's body. It was also after Bell reached the star grade that Bell, which could be divided into 3 and 3 and a 9, became a single line of Bell. It would connect to as many targets as it had until it finally rushed back into Jiang Zhao's body, forming a closed loop. At this time, the highest quality Scorching Sun Bell was no longer a single line. Every time the light jumped, it would split into 3 continuous output medical light waves that would plunge towards other healing targets. With the help of Scorching Sun imprint, the choice of each light was extremely correct, and none of the dark lava snakes were taken care of. On the beach, the crying ice demons, roaring ice souls, and screaming frozen walkers were all covered by the terrifying healing net. Under Jiang Zhao's deliberate adjustment, Scorching Sun Bell not only had the effect of healing the body, but also had the effect of stirring up people's hearts and boosting morale. It was not just a healing net, it was also a call to charge. Scorching Sun, Charge Bell. Ring, ring, ring. A frozen walker, whose calf had been torn apart, was crawling on the lava-covered beach while screaming in pain. As a bell swept past, the already severed calf quickly grew backbones and flesh, and the frozen walker's wailing appearance also changed in an instant. The horror and despair in its eyes instantly turned into a burning desire to fight. Living dead, flesh and bones? Ring, ring, ring. In midair, the ice demon, who was crying in pain, was covered in lava. She was frantically tearing at her face and flying around in pain. At this moment, a bell flashed past. Her blood-curdling screams turned into screams. Her painful expression turned into an extremely gloomy and horrifying expression as she looked viciously at the ocean in the distance. Ring, ring, ring. On the lava-covered beach, a frozen walker with half of its face immersed in the hot lava was on the verge of death. Half of its body had already melted into dry bones. It had already given up resisting and was waiting for death to befall it. However, it was once again hung by a jumping medical light wave. Its broken body was being healed frantically, and in just 2 seconds, it suddenly opened its eyes. Its powerful big hands grabbed the ground fiercely, and it slowly propped up his upper body, turned his head, and looked at the sea behind him. Xinglin Army, charge! A roar swept past the side of the frozen walker. Gu Shuren swung his giant hammer and took the lead. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, giant hammers fell from the sky, mixed with countless ice roars, and rolled on the beach. Above its head, the ice demon and the ice soul flew in the wind, and the dense ice thorns and ice roars swept. The frozen walker was stunned as it looked at its clansmen flying over its head. At this moment, a group of frozen walker army ran past him. They held ice spears in their hands and threw them frantically at the ocean. Charge! 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 A strange roar, a powerful voice. Ice spears that blotted out the sky and covered the earth rained down on the ocean. The frozen walker looked at the scene in front of him dumbfoundedly. When he died, his clansmen were being brutally slaughtered by the Dark Lava Snake clan. The ground was full of broken limbs and flesh, and the ground was full of melted corpses. When he woke up, everything changed. Ring, ring, ring. The frozen walker knelt on the ground and raised its head in a daze. In the sky, there was a figure in a cloak with his right fist raised high. In his hand, there was an amazing energy weaving a white and holy healing net one after another. The frozen walker suddenly climbed up, condensed an ice spear in its hand, and threw it fiercely towards the ocean. It ran with large strides and joined the Ice Clan army, roaring hoarsely, "Charge! Charge!" Thank you, Kazakh, for your 50,000 reward. The boss is generous. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1284. The dark lava snakes were completely dumbfounded. For the dark lava snakes that had diamond and star techniques, most of the Ice Clan creatures were 1 to 2 ranks lower than them. The difference in ranks was terrifying, not only because of the difference in the quality of star techniques, but also because of the difference in physical fitness. Output and defense were difficult to make up for. Due to the fact that the dark lava snakes had special skin that was adapted to lava, the dark lava snakes also had a strong defense. However, even with this kind of defensive power, it could not withstand the ice spikes and ice roars that covered the ground. The heavy ice roar of the tyrant ice soul could even cause serious injuries to the frozen walkers. The ice souls that should have been afraid to attack were now swinging their ice roars unscrupulously. Why? It was because of the healing net hanging on the bodies of the Ice Clan. With the help of Bell, any injured Ice Clan, including those that were severely injured, missing arms or legs, or even those that were on the verge of death, could be revived in a second. The effect was simply terrifying. Jiang Shao did not have the ability of Old He's Orange Bell to make the Ice Clan creatures invincible. However, at this moment, the Ice Clan creatures that were surrounded by Bell were almost invincible. As long as you can't kill me in one go, I'll be able to recover in the next second. The dark lava snakes were scared. They were really scared. A dark lava snake was holding a variety of lava weapons in its 8 hands and waving them frantically. However, it was pounced on by a group of frozen walkers and fell to the ground. The frozen walkers bit with their fangs and tore with their sharp claws. As they attacked savagely, layers of frost began to spread on the skin of the dark lava snake. That not only slowed down the dark lava snake's movements, but it also made it feel excruciating pain. In the blink of an eye, one of its arms was torn off by a frozen walker. Dismemberment? No, it should be dismemberment. The dark lava snake warrior was spitting out its red tongue in pain. It was screaming miserably. Its arms were being pulled back by the frozen walkers. The frozen walkers were crazily tearing them apart. The scene was so cruel. Finally, the dark lava snake became a real snake. All 8 of its arms had been chopped off, leaving only a lone torso behind. Well, it was not accurate to call it a snake. After all, the dark lava snake's torso was still wide and thick. Unlike its slender tail, it was not a real snake's body. Screech! Icicles sprang out of the ground and pierced the dark lava snake, who was covered in wounds and bleeding profusely, into the air. This scene played out again and again on the beach as the Ice Race's army charged forward. The Ice Race army was like a flood, covering the sky and covering the earth, completely drowning the dark lava snake race. An ear-piercing scream came from somewhere. Even in the chaotic battlefield, the sound had an unparalleled penetrating power. With this scream, the dark lava snakes quickly retreated and crawled toward the ocean. Run! Gushurin's face was covered in blood as he fought fiercely. He swung the phantom hammer in one hand and threw it into the sky. The gods had fallen. The huge phantom hammer hung high in the sky. In an instant, a fine shadow of the hammer poured down, bombarding the dark lava snakes that were frantically fleeing toward the ocean. Don't chase a cornered enemy. Don't enter the ocean. After all, that is their territory. Jiang Shao, the bait, flashed behind Gushurin and said. Gushurin wiped the thick bloodstains on his face with one hand and then combed his mohawk hairstyle. Jiang Shao was stunned to see how suave he looked. What the hell? Is this what man should look like? Logically speaking, if he used this action to put hair gel on his hair or something, Jiang Shao would think that he was pretentious, but he smeared snake blood on his head. What the hell? Isn't a real man fishy? Is it too much? Aren't you afraid that the frozen walker will bite your head off in one bite? However, Gushurin did not do it. It was just a habitual action. He shouted, Celestial Advent 6 groups, Frozen Walker, form a shield wall. Ice Demon, Ice Soul, long-range attack. Stop advancing. However, the Ice Race army, who were already in a killing frenzy, did not listen to their commanding officer. However, The healing net that they weaved suddenly changed from blazing sun, charge, bell, to blazing sun, steady bell. At this moment, the ice race army that was still fighting suddenly stopped howling and screaming. They quickly quieted down. The silence was terrifying. In an instant, they turned into cold, killing machines, silently harvesting the lives of the dark lava snakes. It seemed that in this extremely calm situation, it was more efficient for them to work together to kill the snakes. Wu Xiaojing stepped on the waves and stood above the beach. Looking at the group of figures that were frantically fleeing back to the ocean, she raised her right fist high. Her face was calm and terrifying, and her voice was sonorous and powerful. Victory! We won! Oh, 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 oh. Behind her, a group of frozen walkers held ice spears in their hands and hit the ground with the poles again and again. It was like some ancient etiquette, but also like they were declaring the sovereignty of the earth. There were no cheers, no applause, and no screams. In the big net woven by blazing sun, steady bell, the ice race was terrifyingly calm. They used their toughest and most powerful appearance to send the last psychological trauma to the dark lava snakes that had fled back to the sea. The voice of Fu Hei, the leader of Star Advent 3rd Regiment, came from the walkie-talkie on Gu Shiren's waist. "Brother, where are we retreating to? We're ready." Jiang Shao touched the back of Gu Shiren's waist and pulled out the walkie-talkie. "Push the front line forward. Come to the beach and be on guard to prevent the opponent from attacking again." Fu Hei was dumbfounded. "What do you mean by preventing the opponent from attacking again? What about the first time? Is it settled? Our human bulldozer army hasn't even attacked yet? Are you kidding me? The strength of the dark lava snakes and the ice race is obvious. How can we send the dark lava snakes back to the sea? Did something happen?" Well, Fu Hei did not know, but something did happen. To be precise, a person appeared. A medical star warrior that could change fate and turn the tide of the battle. In the past, the little toxic healer had turned the tide of the battle countless times in the arena. However, that was only for one person. At most, he could only help a team of 4 people. It turned out that the god-level medical support in the arena was just as effective on the battlefield. This time, the little toxic healer had saved an entire race and supported an entire faction. As long as I'm here, you don't have to care who the enemy is. Who cared if it was a diamond or a star? Who cared if it was lava or a volcano? Just do it. In the sky, Jiang Shao stopped ringing bell and slowly floated down to pick up a dark lava snake star bead. All of a sudden, a message appeared in the internal star map. Dark lava snake battle star bead, diamond quality, star technique. 1. Dark fusion. Condenses star power to summon a dark fusion weapon. The shape of the weapon is determined by the user. Platinum quality. Note, increases the power of the lava wave star technique while holding the dark fusion weapon. 2. Lava wave. Releases a wave of air mixed with lava to repel the target. Additional fire damage. Platinum quality. 3. Dark lava 8 arms. Passive technique makes the user's movements faster, reactions more agile, and coordination greatly improved. Diamond quality. Jiang Shao couldn't help but grin. What a great battle star technique. This is probably the first time I've seen these deep-sea snakes, right? Jiang Shao thought about it again and again. He wasn't very sure if the 3rd star technique, Dark Lava 8 arms, would really allow the user to grow 8 arms. Judging from the description, it doesn't seem to be possible. 8 arms should be the biological structure of the Dark Lava Snake Battle Star technique. This star technique only increases reaction, agility, and physical coordination. Second last should like it very much. After all, it's a stacked body state. In Liaodong, Jiang Shao was the god of medicine, but at this moment, he was the god of earth in Ludong. It turned out that Jiang Shao could replenish an army, or even a race, and change their fate. Similarly, Jiang Shao could also annihilate an army and a race. It was as easy as breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The torn earth was spread all over the beach, forming a deep abyss. The mud and sand that were rolled up formed a vortex that was pushed towards the ocean. The thick trees that extended all over the sky were like flexible vines that whipped everything in the world. If the Ice Clan army in Liaodong was considered to have demonstrated their value, the Inyang Soul Warriors and white-faced dancers in Ludong would have an extremely poor experience. They were not qualified to join such a battle at all. Rumble, a violent sound rang out, accompanied by the shaking of the ground. Everyone watched as the gigantic foot lifted up and took a step forward. Xia Yan's mouth was wide open, and she looked at the terrifying foot. She tried her best to raise her head, only to watch as the foot moved past her head and stepped into the sea in the distance. Uffed! To Earth Akatsuki, it was just a splash of water, but to the insignificant humans and star beasts, it was a huge wave that was stirred up. Then, from the place where the foot landed, countless amounts of soil and sand appeared, forcefully turning the ocean into a continent. It was really reclaiming land from the sea. On the sandy land that had just emerged, a patch of green plants quickly sprouted and grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had become a deep forest. Rumble. The other foot stepped into the ocean far away, and the seawater had already reached Earth Akatsuki's ankles. One could imagine how deep it was, but similarly, a piece of land quickly emerged and connected to the coastline. Woo! The wave-chasing clan screamed in anger and horror, and waves of sound wave attacks bombarded the soul of the foot. However, they could not stop Earth Akatsuki no matter what. The sand and sand around the land quickly engulfed the creatures in the ocean and engulfed them completely. Leave this place. In the sky, a hoarse voice came from the dark clouds. The majestic body was like an ancient god that connected the earth, the ocean, and the sky. Maybe I can't find a way to live in harmony with the ocean. However, I have the ability to protect this land, the hoarse voice said in the dark clouds that did not match his temperament. Revenge. Vent your anger. Please go to another continent. I'll guard this place. You'll never be able to advance. I said it. Accompanied by the ear-piercing cries of the wave-chasing clan, the ocean army left behind skeletons all over the ground and broken ships. They quickly fled and disappeared into the distant ocean. Poke, Bait Jiang Xiao suddenly felt his waist being poked. He turned around, only to see Xia Yin handing him a star bead. Bait Jiang Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, "Have you successfully absorbed it?" "Hey, there's one left for you." Xia Yin nodded, but she looked worried. "What you said just now? Although the civilians of Stoneport have already evacuated, I'm afraid many people will hear your voice." You're really different now that you've become a team leader. You've learned to consider the impact of society?" Jiang Xiao smiled and said, "What should I do then? I'm just an insignificant person who can't guard this world. It's enough for me to guard a piece of land." Xia Yin had a peculiar expression on her face. "You? Insignificant? You? Small? You? Your head has been pierced through, and I can only see your shoulders now. I can't even see your entire body. You're telling me you're an insignificant person?" If it weren't for the fact that Jiang Xiao had poked his face out of the dark clouds previously, Xia Yin would have even thought that it was a headless body. Xia Yin smacked her lips and said, "What kind of star map is that? It's too terrifying." Jiang Xiao nodded gently and said, "I went to study and met an ancient goddess. Her name is Gaia, and she's the Mother Earth in Western mythology. I thought her star map was good, so I made one." Xia Yin was speechless. Jiang Xiao raised his hand and gently wiped the tears on her face. "Okay, don't cry. It's all over now." Xia Yin stared at Jiang Xiao in a daze and suddenly snapped back to her senses. She said with a furious expression, "Who's crying? These are domain tears. These are the accompanying effects of domain tears." Okay, domain tears, domain tears." Jiang Xiao smiled and patted Xia Yan's head. "If you don't want to be the leader, just tell me. Life is very short. After trying, you should also choose a suitable position to survive. There's no need to be so stressed." Xia Yan looked at Jiang Xiao stubbornly and stomped her feet forcefully. "I can do it. Jiang Shao suddenly gasped and said, "Ah, damn it, don't step on me, it hurts." Xia Yin got a great shock and hurriedly floated up. She was at least 10 centimeters above the ground and looked at Jiang Shao worriedly, as if she had done something wrong. However, Jiang Zhao's expression changed, and he looked at Xia Yin with disdain. "Xia Era, you think you could be the leader? How can you hurt your Father Earth with that little weight of yours? You're overestimating yourself." Xia Yin trembled in anger and landed heavily on the ground before stomping her feet angrily. "I'll trample you to death." "Shut up." Jiang Shao shook his head and said, "It doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt." Xia Yin was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao succeeded, and Xia Yin's attention had indeed been diverted. The gloominess in her heart had also been swept away, but, damn it, Xia Yin is so angry. Chapter 1285. Jiang Shao, who had participated in the 2 battles, temporarily stayed in Liaodong land to guard one side. While he was stationed there, he also launched a new plan. Although the mission of the army was urgent, Jiang Shao believed that the marine camp would be able to restrain themselves for a while under his ruthless methods. At least, the coastline of China would be stable for a while. Of course, Jiang Shao would also create a few more Earth Dawns and station them along the southern coastline of China. He would hand over all the information reporting, communication, and guarding matters to the decoy. At this moment, Jiang Shao, who had been staying with Second Last, had also found his so-called superior. As soon as Jiang Zhao's main body appeared on Earth, the Star Arrival Army had already sent the news to Second Last. She also contacted Jiang Shao, the decoy in the Scourge Ruins, immediately, but she didn't expect to be asked to stay. Her Scourge Ruins was obviously a safe place, and they didn't have to worry about eavesdropping on them. After listening to Jiang Zhao's report for a long time, Second Last finally realized that he was going to make a big move. Besides, it's probably going to affect the entire world. Second Last was rather curious about Lu Dong's Earth Dawn, but at this moment, she suppressed the doubts in her heart and quickly followed Jiang Zhao's train of thought while listening to the information he was reporting. Everyone was still focused on the battle between the marine and land camps, but Jiang Shao had his eyes on Hopkins. With confidence, he was ready to fight with Hopkins. Second Last crossed her arms and leaned against the air wall of the Scourge Ruins. She looked at Jiang Shao, who was sitting on the ground in front of her, and nodded gently as he spoke. After a while, she said, "In that case, you already have the ability to capture him. Not only that, but you also found a way to hurt him." "Yeah. Before returning to the Earth dimension, I used Star Warriors Era to infuse Star Warriors Era, which gave me a second round of enlightenment and allowed me to understand the secrets of the 5th page." Jiang Shao pursed his lips and continued, "All of this is traceable." Jiang Shao then raised a finger and said, "The 1st page of Star Warrior Era is about increasing the realm of star power and stimulating the potential of the human body. The 2nd page is about reducing the realm of star power and weakening the potential of the human body. The 3rd page was relatively balanced, and the functions of weakening and stimulating star slots coexisted. The 4th page was about understanding the essence of star techniques and converting any star technique into pure star power for output or resistance. And the 5th page is..." Following Jiang Zhao's train of thought, Second Last suddenly said, "Understand the essence of star power and transform it into various star techniques." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Second Last suddenly felt a little offended. Jiang Shao looked like he was looking at a retard. 2 words were clearly written in his eyes: naive, inexperienced. Second Last squinted slightly at the sight of his gaze. Jiang Shao lowered his eyelids obediently. At this moment, he suddenly transformed into 3 tails. He muttered in a low voice, "The 5th page is also reversed. It can shatter the effect of the 4th page and return everything to normal." There were no people from Star Warrior Era. He was always on the 1st level, seeing the mountain as the mountain, seeing the water as the water. Star techniques were all star techniques, and so were their effects. Those who owned the Star Warrior Era reached the 2nd level after opening the fourth page. The mountain was not the mountain, and the water was not the water. All star techniques and effects could be understood as pure star power. After the fifth page of Star Warrior Era was opened, he arrived at the third level. The mountain was still the mountain, and the water was still the water. In this world, there are countless types of star techniques. Hence, there was a reason for their existence. It would be irresponsible to maliciously erase the effects of all star techniques and trace everything back to its source. The world was only real and wonderful because all flowers bloomed. The fifth page of Star Warrior Era would not have any effect on ordinary people, but it would be a devastating blow to the people on the second level. Those arrogant people who thought that they had seen through everything in the Star Warrior world would eventually understand the reason for the existence of star techniques. Upon hearing Jiang Zhao's words, Second Last said with a sullen expression, "If the fifth page has such an effect, Hopkins shouldn't have given you Star Warrior Era." Jiang Zhao said, "In fact, Hopkins shouldn't have given me Star Warrior Era in the first place." Second Last nodded in agreement. "Indeed," Jiang Zhao said, "in the past, I didn't know why he gave me Star Warrior Era or why he urged me to study it. Now, after I turned into a Star Warrior for the second time, I finally know. After the second enlightenment, I not only saw through the fifth page, but I also saw half of the sixth page. Although it's only half a page, it can express a lot." Second Last asked, "What's that?" Jiang Zhao said, "It's a body. It's not a human body, but a human shell. Although it's only the lower half of the body, I can clearly see the cracked skin and the scorched earth. It looks rather sad." At this point, Jiang Zhao sighed gently and said, "It's clearly just half a picture, but when I look at it, I feel a strange feeling. An irreversible sense of powerlessness. I don't know why, but when I see this picture, I feel a sense of powerlessness and guilt." Jiang Zhao couldn't help but grimace and say, "Damn it, really? It's so strange, as if I owe someone something." Second Last said, "Language. Oh, that old guy's real motive is probably to let me understand the last 2 pages. He's probably been troubled by this extreme psychological state for decades and is about to die soon, so he urged me to help him understand the star map. However, I have a hunch that the last 2 pages don't seem to be about the function of turning into a Star Warrior. Instead, they seem to be telling a sad story. That should also be the reason why Hopkins is so obsessed with looking for the outside world. I can clearly feel that it's not a human structure, but a life and a person. This half of the map was like the old woman standing on the bridge. It kept beckoning me to explore the mystery of its existence. Ever since I saw this half of the picture, I've been feeling guilty and the desire to explore it. It feels terrible. I only felt better after I saw Xia Yan and argued with her." Second Last was speechless. Forget it. Let's get back to Hopkins." Jiang Zhao shook his head vigorously and continued, "People like him will never give me a second chance to capture him. Besides, there's no doubt that once I fail, I'll incur his terrifying revenge." This was a ruthless monarch-type figure. He was extremely selfish and would do anything to achieve his goals. Ever since he appeared in front of me, he's been wearing a hypocritical mask and threatening me to do whatever he wants. You know how he threatens me. You and I both know very well that once he doesn't get what he wants, he'll definitely take action. He's like an unstable bomb, and age is the last straw that breaks the camel's back. We don't know when he'll explode. Now that he thinks he's close to the truth, he's still exploring the Dragon Cave. Once he spends a certain amount of time and energy and fails to get what he wants, it'll be the beginning of a real disaster. We have to get rid of this crisis now. The battles on land and at sea are already troublesome enough. If he's indifferent and doesn't care about anything, it'll be terrible. Such a person is definitely the kind of person who will let the world die with him. The only thing that keeps him sane is that he still has a glimmer of hope and a goal." Second Last caught up with Jiang Zhao's train of thought, and she could tell that Jiang Zhao was desperate and determined. During Jiang Zhao's lengthy speech, she also realized the severity of the problem. Even a righteous and kind-hearted person would not necessarily become like this after all hope was shattered. What more Hopkins? With a single thought, Hopkins could kill all the Golden Feather clan members who had followed him to the north and south. With a single thought, he could imprison all his closest comrades and deprive them of their entire lives. No matter how nice Hopkins was to Jiang Shao, he had to see through his motives. Why was Hopkins so friendly to a stranger? Was he trying to spoil things through excessive enthusiasm? He could even imprison Gaia, who was his most beloved woman. What was Jiang Shao to him? Hopkins had a human body, and he was already in his twilight years, but Gaia still had a long life ahead of her. Why should she be imprisoned alone in the isolated world of Ocean Ridge? Hopkins didn't care at all. He was the center of the world, and everything in the world served him. He could do whatever he wanted. Second Last said, in that case, cater to his goals and give him hope. You can now teleport across dimensions, but he can't. You can deceive him and take him to the outside world to take a look, but you can throw him into one of your calamity spaces. It's up to you to decide whether to kill or imprison him. Jiang Shao frowned and sat on the ground while rubbing his fingers together. He was conflicted. After thinking about it for a while, he said, I can teleport with him, but the problem is, just like me, he has top-notch avatars. There are at least 9 of them. Although they don't have the highest quality star techniques, they have the Star Warrior Era Star map and can still bring danger to this world. Hearing this, Second Last looked a little embarrassed and turned to look at Jiang Shao. After the main body dies, will the Jiao Yang quality avatars and bait still exist? Jiang Shao froze for a moment and subconsciously put his hands on the ground to support himself. He then shifted backward. Is this girl trying to experiment on me? Second Last looked at Jiang Shao quietly and said, I can't hurt you anymore. Jiang Shao scratched his head awkwardly and said, it's all because you bullied the weak and made others live in your shadow for the rest of their lives. Second Last was unwilling to bear such a heavy punishment. She said, we've only known each other for 5 years. Oh, Jiang Shao blinked with a peculiar expression. Why do I feel like we've known each other for a lifetime? Second Last opened her mouth slightly, but didn't say anything. Perhaps, to the two of them, too many things had happened in the past 5 years, and it was indeed a long time. If they were to write a story, it would probably be more than 4 million words. Business. Let's get down to business. Jiang Shao snapped back to his senses and said frantically, since we can't verify it, we have to be prepared. I think most of Hopkins' avatars should be in the Dragon Cave at this time to help him explore the only dimensional space that has been opened in this world. After all, he's finally found some clues after so many years. He'll definitely do his best. Yeah, Jiang Shao nodded and agreed with Second Last deduction. Regardless of whether there are Hopkins avatars in the Dragon Cave or not, I'm certain that his main body must be in the Dragon Cave. Second Last asked, Jiang Shao said, as I said just now, avatars can improve the quality of star techniques. Hence, Hopkins, who has the Ocean Ridge world, must be his main body. The guards in the Dragon Cave have also stated that he has never come out since he entered. Second Last also provided Jiang Shao with a piece of information. Ever since Hopkins entered the Dragon Cave, he's been on a path of no return. Now, there are soldiers guarding the entrance of the tunnel in the Dragon Cave 24 hours a day, and they're opening a space door at the entrance. Hopkins can't come out anymore, and as long as he tries, he'll be imprisoned in the soldier space. Jiang Shao said, that's also the reason why I'm hesitating. Can he put all his avatars in the Dragon Cave? Such a person will definitely leave a way out for himself. How could he not have predicted this situation? So, when he wants to come out of the Dragon Cave, he'll definitely use his avatar on Earth to create trouble in the Dragon Cave in order to ensure that his main body can come out normally. Second Last said in a hoarse voice, in that case, go and destroy the Dragon Cave and force him to come out. Force his avatar on Earth to appear. Use your decoy to set up an ambush in the Dragon Cave, and use your 5th page to crush the 4th page of his avatar. End everything. Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows slightly and said, all of this? I'm afraid we have to execute it simultaneously. Yeah, Second last nodded and said, we can capture his clone and kill his main body to see if those clones will die. Jiang Shao thought about it and said, well, the advantage is that after the Dragon Cave collapses, the fourth page of the Star Warriors era won't be able to withstand the disaster. The cracks in space have nothing to do with star techniques. It's purely the collapse of space. Being able to survive definitely doesn't depend on strength, but luck. Second last thought about the plan carefully and pondered for a while before saying, we can't be sure how many avatars he left on Earth, but this plan is already relatively perfect. There might be changes if we delay any longer. Every minute, every second we waste here, Hopkins may come out of the Dragon Cave. Once he comes out, it'll be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even if you have the ability to hurt him and arrest him, you won't be able to stop him from creating trouble. In fact, I can also negotiate with him and really bring him to look for. Second last interrupted before Jiang Shao could finish his words. Stop. Jiang Shao looked up and asked, huh? Second last squatted down and looked at Jiang Shao with an intense gaze. Hopkins is not an ordinary person, nor is he an ordinary criminal. We can't negotiate with such a person. Today, he can threaten you to do such a thing in order to achieve his goals. Tomorrow, he can take this piece of land and ask you to do anything for him. As long as you still care, he'll be able to get everything he wants from you. His selfish desires and ambitions can't be satisfied by your compromise. Compromising once will mean compromising for life. That's a path of no return. Minimizing the risks and dangers is the greatest responsibility we bear to this world. Looking at second last's serious expression, Jiang Shao nodded silently. Second last's voice was hoarse and firm. Let's go, I'll go with you. Peek. Chapter 1286. In the afternoon, after repeated communication with the Dragon Cave, the Star Arrival Army sent a few generals to the Dragon Cave and joined the camp guarding the entrance of the Dragon Cave. Of course, there were also a few baits that Jiang Shao had summoned after disguising himself. There were 2 baits with Star Warriors, one with the Cross Star map and one with the Inkflower Star map. The 4 baits did not have Jiang Zhao's face. Instead, they looked ordinary and were dressed in the uniform of the Dragon Cave's guards. They had blended in with the soldiers standing guard. Second last and third last had also changed into the uniform of the Dragon Cave guards and were stationed there with the baits. Due to the fact that they didn't know how many clones Hopkins had left outside, the arrest team could be said to be extremely powerful. It was really difficult for ordinary Star Warriors to intervene in the team that was really going to capture Hopkins' real body. Jiang Shao also brought his own bait, and the only teammate beside him was Gaia. It was Gaia who was so excited that her body was trembling as if she was a dozen years younger. Jiang Shao found it hard to understand her hatred. After all, Jiang Shao hadn't been imprisoned for 60 years. 60 years? For ordinary people, that would be equivalent to life imprisonment, wouldn't it? At this moment, Gaia's real body had also been transferred by Jiang Shao into his Calamity Shadow world. Gaia also had a star technique that contained space, but due to its quality, her space was obviously not large enough, and she couldn't bring her real body with her. From a moment, she proposed to teleport her real body into Jiang Zhao's Calamity Shadow world. She had already completely trusted Jiang Shao. After all, he had done everything he promised her. In the Calamity Shadow world, Jiang Shao looked at the excited Gaia in front of him and asked, "Are you ready?" Gaia nodded and said, "Child, I've been ready for a long time. I've been preparing for decades. I've rehearsed the scene of seeing him again countless times in my mind." Jiang Shao hurriedly said, "Don't act rashly. Now that I have the 5th page, we can control him first." Gaia said, "Of course." Jiang Shao said, "The operation to capture the clone and the real body must be carried out at the same time. After we go in, we'll first destroy the Dragon Cave. Then, I'll take you back to Hopkins' Ocean Ridge world, and you can quickly find him by breaking through the space dimension." Gaia, Jiang Shao said, "I've been to his Ocean Ridge world before. As long as I locate the Alps where you were previously, I'll be able to enter and exit his space at will. There's no doubt about that. The Sea Ridge world was a space that Hopkins carried with him and a star bead star technique that was embedded in his star map. So, as long as I don't go to a specific location when I break through the dimensional barrier of the Ocean Ridge world, we'll be able to appear by his side at the first moment. Gaia licked his lips excitedly and said, "Prepare your 5th page." Seeing this scene, Jiang Shao couldn't help but shake his head and smile. This old woman, who was over 80 years old, had so many small movements today, and her expression was so rich. It was completely obvious that her heart was really excited, as if it was the new year. They don't seem to be celebrating the new year? It's Christmas? Jiang Shao suddenly thought of how Santa Claus greeted people in movies and dramas. After thinking about it, Jiang Shao said, "Let's go to the Dragon Cave first." The decoy in the Dragon Cave base also communicated with second last and third last. Everyone was ready for battle. At the next moment, Jiang Shao brought the 3 decoy and Gaia into the Dragon Cave together. Gaia frowned slightly and looked around. The scene was clearly beyond her expectations. When they arrived, it was nighttime and the bright stars were rotating rapidly in the night sky, as if they were in a hurry and didn't want to stay in this world for too long. Behind the 2 of them stood the 3 decoy, namely Star Warrior Shao, Cross Shao, and Inkflower Shao. Together with his main body and Gaia, they formed a powerful 5-man capture team. Gaia looked at the strange phenomenon in the Dragon Cave and clicked her tongue in wonder. She squatted down and pressed the soft grass under her feet. "How do we make this place collapse?" Jiang Shao said, "The mechanism of the Dragon Cave is very special. There's a creature called the imprisoned dragon. Once it dies, the Dragon Cave will collapse. The imprisoned dragon seems to be the spokesperson of the Dragon Cave. Its birth and death represent the opening and collapse of the Dragon Cave." Huh. While speaking, Jiang Shao suddenly frowned. Gaia raised her head and looked at Jiang Shao. "What's the matter?" Jiang Shao said, "I have an immature idea. It'll obviously take time to find the imprisoned dragon, but I have the imprisoned dragon." Gaia raised her eyebrows slightly and said, "You have the imprisoned dragon?" Jiang Shao waved his hand, and a huge, pitch-black, 55-meter-long behemoth appeared above the 2 of them. Roar woo! As soon as the roar dragon appeared, it let out a dragon roar and announced its domineering appearance. However, as the roar dragon looked at its surroundings clearly, its arrogant and domineering dragon roar quickly disappeared. In the end, its earth-shattering dragon roar turned into a puppy-like whimper. "Look at how cowardly you are!" Jiang Shao scolded with a smile. "You're so domineering outside, but you're so cowardly when you're home?" Woo! The roar dragon quickly flew down, and scenes of the past appeared in its mind. If it weren't for Jiang Shao, it would have probably crawled into the ground and hidden me. I could be arrogant and domineering outside because I have that ability. I don't dare to be at home. My home is too terrifying. The dragons here seem to have gone crazy. They have no grudges against me, but they fight me as soon as they see me. Who can stand that? No matter how strong the star beasts outside are, at least they know fear and fear death. But what about the dragons in the Dragon Cave? All of them become members of a suicide squad when they see me. It's like a switch has been turned on. I'm not a coward. The world is against me. I'm not the one at fault. It's the world. Woo, the roar dragon size could swallow a bunch of Jiang Shao in one bite, but it insisted on acting like a puppy. Its huge head moved to Jiang Zhao's side, seemingly asking for a pet. Okay, I'm just asking you to go through the motions. Don't be afraid. Come back." Jiang Shao reached out and pressed on the long whiskers of the roar dragon. Smack! The roar dragon quickly turned into a pile of star power and integrated into Jiang Zhao's body. Jiang Shao looked at Gaia and said, "In theory, once the imprisoned dragon disappears, the Dragon Cave will collapse on its own. However, there have never been 2 imprisoned dragons in the Dragon Cave. I wonder if the disappearance of this one will cause this place to collapse." Rumble. As soon as Jiang Shao finished speaking, the ground began to tremble. Jiang Shao was overjoyed. Indeed, the mechanism of the dragon cave is really interesting. Jiang Shao has probably broken it. No, to be exact, the dragon cave has already been broken by Jiang Shao. When Jiang Shao came here, the dragon cave was in a normal state. That also meant that there was another imprisoned dragon here, but he did not know where it was hiding. Jiang Shao used his roar dragon to trigger the switch of the dragon cave and forcefully close the dragon cave. Jiang Shao had experienced the collapse of the dragon cave many times, but this time was the most stable he had ever stood. With Gaia as the center point, the ground within a radius of 3 meters suddenly stopped trembling. The cracks in the ground that were trying to tear open quickly closed on the ground under Gaia's feet. Dimensional collapse versus Mother Earth. From the looks of it, Gaia had a small victory. Although the ground under Jiang Zhao's feet was flat and stable, the other places looked like it was the end of the world. The night sky shattered, the mountains toppled, and the rivers surged. It could be said that the sky was collapsing and the earth was sinking. Jiang Shao shot out star power threads and locked onto the Alps and the ocean ridge world. The two figures flashed and disappeared. Swoosh, suddenly arriving at the tranquil Alps from an environment that was shaking violently, with mountains collapsing and the ground cracking, was indeed a strange experience. Jiang Shao sighed deeply and said, "Get ready." Gaia's bright eyes looked at Jiang Shao with burning passion. From those eyes that should have been kind, Jiang Shao saw extreme hatred and an extreme desire to kill. TSK. Earth, how much hatred do you have in your heart? No wonder when Catherine said that she was Hopkins's servant, Gaia crushed her body with one hand. Not even her bones were left. Gaia's gentle voice was even a little hoarse. Open your 5th page. I will imprison his body, pierce through every inch of his skin, and completely destroy his soul. I will take everything from his life, his star power, all his past glory, the goal that he worked so hard for. Jiang Shao couldn't help but smack his lips. At this moment, he finally felt the love from Mother Earth. This love, too much, too much. Even if Jiang Shao had 2 kings and 4 twos in his hands, he still couldn't take it. At the back, Star Warrior Dawn had already opened the 5th page. Strings of words and symbols surged on the page, ready to be launched. Gaia said, "Take me out." Her majestic aura, which was mixed with a strong wave of star power, made Jiang Shao feel suffocated again. Jiang Shao breathed with difficulty and looked uncomfortable. That caused the collapse of the Dragon Cave to lure his clone on Earth to the Dragon Cave base. The 2 capture missions have to be carried out at the same time. Wait a moment. Once his clone enters the Dragon Cave base to cause trouble, we'll go immediately. Gaia said through her nose. A few seconds later, she sighed deeply. Sorry, I lost my composure. I've been waiting for this moment for too long. While speaking, Gaia pressed her hand on Jiang Zhao's shoulder and said, "You now have the body of Earth too. Watch me later. The way I use the Earth Star map might give you some inspiration." Jiang Shao nodded, but he suddenly asked, "Where are you going after your revenge?" Hearing this, Gaia was stunned. The effect of Jiang Zhao's words was very obvious. He quickly diverted her attention and also made her aura less imposing. Jiang Zhao's breathing also became smoother. After a moment of silence, she said, "Return to my hometown and integrate into the Alps there." Okay. Jiang Shao couldn't help but exhort, "You're very strong, but the most sinister thing in human society is the human heart. Be careful. Don't be used by others." Gaia was indeed a person who was out of touch with the times, but the topic of the human heart was the same in every era. Gaia was out of touch with the technological society, not the human heart. Hearing this, Gaia gently patted Jiang Zhao's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, child. I've been controlled for 60 years. For the rest of my life, I won't let this happen again. In the past few days, I've seen the battle between the land and the sea. If one day the battle stops, you can bring your friend to the Alps as guests." Jiang Shao pursed his lips. I've also found a good place for myself. You're welcome to come to the Himalayas in China. Raise flags. Stand facing each other. Stand like crazy. From Hopkins to the land and sea battles. 2 words, tough. 3 words, don't believe in heresy. Chapter 1287. The collapse of the Dragon Cave would take about 15 to 20 minutes. At the 8th minute, Jiang Shao grabbed Gaia's shoulder and said, "He's here. He's here. His clone is here." Did Hopkins finally choose to come out after realizing that there was no hope of finding out the secret? Indeed, there was only hope if he was alive. At the instant that Jiang Shao and Gaia flashed out, second last and third last had already started fighting with the 2 Hopkins clones who had suddenly barged in. Indeed, he had left a clone on Earth. Furthermore, in order to ensure his life, this old man had left 2 clones on Earth. The clone that had suddenly barged and had a clear target. It was the 2 soldiers who were standing guard at the entrance of the Dragon Cave tunnel. The division of labor between the 2 clones was also rather clear. A doppelganger appeared in a corner, its hands radiating light in all directions. 2 thick energy beams shot straight at the soldier. As for the other doppelganger, it flickered rapidly, its figure drifting erratically as it plunged into the crowd. It seemed to be clearing the area and preparing for the follow-up action. Huff! It was also at this moment that mysterious star power characters suddenly appeared one after another in the huge Dragon Cave base. Hopkins, who was flashing and fighting, suddenly had a change of expression. He suddenly realized that he couldn't flash anymore. What star technique is this? King Crushing Ring? Hopkins was very sharp. He turned his head abruptly, only to see an ordinary face. It was a young soldier who didn't look like an expert at all. In fact, he didn't seem mysterious at all. He would probably be treated as an ordinary person if he were to be thrown into a crowd. To Hopkins, the young man was supposed to be just a speck of dust under his feet. In fact, he shouldn't even be looking at him. However, such a young soldier was actually holding a copy of Star Warrior Era. Hopkins was dumbfounded. The 4th page of Star Warrior Era had always been open and would not be affected by any star technique effects. However, under the effect of the 5th page, his body was completely frozen in place. He could no longer flash. Hopkins' clone was not the only one in trouble. His long-range clone also stiffened, because the holy light shockwave that should have shattered the guards of the Dragon Cave had no effect on the 2 soldiers standing guard. The 2 soldiers who were sticking close to the Dragon Cave tunnel and opening the door didn't seem to be affected at all. Vaguely, Hopkins' long-range doppelganger seemed to see the holy crosses shining on the soldiers' chests. Whoosh, string after string of mysterious symbols completely filled up the Dragon Cave base. The 2 clones that had their 4th page broken also had ink blooming all over their bodies at the same time. Yes, not just one flower, but a bunch of them. Their astral powers were completely sealed and their bodies were shackled. They couldn't move at all. The decoy Jiang Shao stood with his back against the wall. The decoy Jiang Shao sat in the glass hut. The decoy Jiang Shao stood guard among the soldiers. They walked out one after another with plain faces and entered Hopkins' sight. Among the bait, some of them were holding the Star Warrior Era. Some of them had ink in their eyes and ink flowers on their chests. Some of them had crosses around their necks and the King Broken Ring in their hands. At this moment, Hopkins' 2 clones didn't even have the right to speak. 3 last spread out her hands, and ink flowers bloomed on the body of Hopkins' clone. She was extremely serious about this mission because she knew that it might be the highest level battle she had ever participated in her life. As long as there wasn't a mission to arrest Jiang Shao in the future, this mission would definitely be of the highest level. Her eyes were filled with ink, and she also saw the figure walking past her. Second last strode toward Hopkins' clone and grabbed him by the collar. She then pulled him towards her. She lowered her head, narrowed her eyes, and looked at Hopkins's face over and over again. She was just as resentful towards the old man who was shrouding Jiang Shao like a dark cloud. A few seconds later, Second Last suddenly asked, "How's it going over there?" One of the decoy at the back answered, Wait a minute. Okay, it's done. Done? What do you mean by done? Just now, in the collapsing dragon cave, in the chaotic environment where the mountains and rivers were destroyed, there were a few people standing. Clearly, one of the elders was on the opposite side of a group of people. The elder's body was surrounded by mysterious symbols. There was an ink flower in front of his chest. The king broken ring was spinning rapidly around his body. Behind Jiang Shao, star-aged on, ink-aged on, cross-aged on. The three decoy each had their own roles, and as soon as they appeared, they restrained Hopkins' body. Different from the bait outside, at this moment, Hopkins's body was entangled by countless snake-like branches, tightly binding him. This scene was synchronized with the process of the people in the Dragon Cave capturing the Avatar. With complete preparation, it all happened in an instant and ended in an instant. Just as Second Last asked, and the decoy said, "Wait a minute, it's done." The people who were confronting each other in the collapsing Dragon Cave immediately flashed away and entered the base where the decoy was. This time, Jiang Shao didn't act recklessly. This time, Jiang Shao only wanted stability. It was because there would definitely be Hopkins' clone in the Dragon Cave, which might cause trouble. Besides, the collapse of the Dragon Cave was getting greater and greater, and there were more and more cracks in the space. In a battle like the one between Jiang Shao and Hopkins, he had to seize the initiative and seize the opportunity. The background of the collapsing Dragon Cave was indeed cool, but Jiang Shao preferred to enjoy the fruits of victory quietly. Hopkins, who had been forcibly teleported into the Scourge ruins, was still standing quietly in the same spot. Well, he had no choice but to be quiet. After all, he couldn't move at all. However, his turbid eyes seemed to be able to speak as he stared at Jiang Shao with intense disappointment. Gaia, who was at the side, was trembling slightly. Well, she wasn't trembling in fear, but excitement, or perhaps anger. "Let him speak," Gaia said all of a sudden. Jiang Shao could understand how she was feeling at this moment. After all, she had been waiting for revenge for 60 years. However, Jiang Shao had miscalculated something. What really infuriated Gaia was Hopkins' attitude towards her at this moment. From the beginning to the end, Hopkins didn't even look at Gaia. The person she had been thinking about and resenting for 60 years treated her as if she was nothing. He didn't even bother to look at her, as if she was trash on the street. Gaia was really sad and angry. Ink flower, Dawn moved her fingers, and the blooming ink flower in Hopkins' mouth slowly moved down. Gaia tried to suppress her emotions and said, "Hopkins, have you ever thought about this day?" Hopkins still didn't look at Gaia. It was as if they had never known each other. It was as if there was no past between them. It was as if everything he had done to her and all the pain he had caused her didn't matter. He didn't care. He really didn't care about anything. If you were the victim, you could laugh it off and go on with your life tomorrow. But if you were the perpetrator, you weren't qualified to laugh it off. You weren't qualified. Gaia's body trembled violently. Just then, Hopkins finally spoke. His turbid eyes were full of disappointment. He looked at Jiang Shao and said, "Child, I have taught you so much, but you treat me like this." "You? Taught me? You put a gun against the back of my head and urged me to grow?" Jiang Shao frowned slightly and said, "You?" In fact, it was better to put a gun against the back of Jiang Zhao's head. The problem was, Hopkins was putting a gun against the back of Han Jiangshue's head to urge Jiang Shao to grow. Among all the threats Hopkins posed, the greatest threat was not Jiang Shao himself, but the people Jiang Shao cared about. Hopkins sighed softly and said, "I'm very disappointed in you. Really disappointed. I gave you the Star Warriors era, found you these mentors, opened up your horizons, and allowed you to enter a higher level. I've always been kind to you, but you don't know how to be grateful." Jiang Shao was so angry that he almost laughed. "You sealed all my star techniques and only kept the spatial star technique. You're telling me that you're teaching me to grow? You threatened me with the 3 armies on the alien ball and forced me to complete the task you gave me. Are you trying to broaden my horizons? You brought out your old teammates, Sparta, Trojan, and Poseidon, and tried to kill me the moment we met. Are they my mentors? Hopkins suddenly pursed his lips and smiled. You can already break through the shackles of space, can't you? I've succeeded. Jiang Shao said, damn it. Hopkins said, child, tell me, you saw the 6th page of the Star Warriors era, didn't you? Just like me, you saw the sad body. Jiang Shao said in a deep voice, I'm not your child. Hopkins said to himself, so you saw it. You know what's calling us, so you know what our mission is. As he spoke, Hopkins looked around and said softly, so now you should understand that nothing in this world matters. Let go of me, child. We're the same kind of people. We have one last thing to do. Jiang Zhao's gaze was sullen, and he pulled out the scorching sunblade. I have one last thing to do, not you. Hearing this, Hopkins's face darkened, and he said, you know, we need to work together to complete it. No, you need me to help you complete it, and I don't need anyone's help. Jiang Shao walked towards Hopkins with the scorching sunblade. In fact, you forced all these tasks on me, and I don't even want to complete them. Hopkins's expression changed slightly, and he said, you have to think about the consequences, child. Since I gave you the Star Warriors era and let you understand our real mission, I also know that the 5th page will bring me a threat. Do you really think I'm not prepared for anything? Jiang Shao frowned slightly and stood in front of Hopkins. Seeing this, Hopkins smiled and said, child, you're a smart person. You know what I'm talking about. Jiang Shao bit his lip and nodded thoughtfully. I have a friend. Hopkins asked. Jiang Shao said, she's my best friend and my family. She taught me a truth. One compromise means a lifetime of compromise. Hopkins's expression changed, and he said, you have to think about it carefully. Minimizing the risks and dangers is the greatest responsibility I have to bear for this world. Jiang Shao looked serious, and he twirled the scorching sunblade in his hand. Hopkins, until now, you are still threatening me. This is the biggest mistake you've made. Looking at Jiang Zhao's determined face, Hopkins finally realized the seriousness of the problem. The little guy and pushover that he could bully will turn out to be so tough this time. You wait. The scorching sunblade pierced through Hopkins's chest. The wide and thick, giant blade tore through his upper body. The scorching hot scorched soil soaked Hopkins's body, and the skin around the wound was quickly covered with cracks. Jiang Shao held the back of Hopkins's head with one hand, put his lips close to his ear, and said word by word, there is no compromise between you and me. A lot of blood flowed from Hopkins's mouth. Although his body was pierced by the scorching sunblade, there were still several blooming ink flowers on his body and feet, giving him no hope of escape. Feeling the rapid loss of vitality, Hopkins opened his eyes wide, moved his eyeballs with difficulty, and looked at Gaia. He opened his mouth, but his breath was very weak. Gaia, for some reason, a smile suddenly appeared on Gaia's face. Finally, you still look at me. Every time you are in the most desperate situation, you always think of me, right? Hope, my hope, I will help you. Just like 60 years ago, just like I did time and time again. Suddenly, Jiang Shao felt that there seemed to be a thin snake slithering in front of his chest. Jiang Shao froze for a moment and took a step back. He saw that Hopkins's body was covered with fine branches like thousands of needles and threads, piercing Hopkins's chest, back, thigh, and back. In the last chapter of his life, Hopkins was like the last radiance of the setting sun, and he finally let out a miserable howl. Jiang Shao also watched the needles and threads, piercing Hopkins's head and coming out from the back of his head. In just a few seconds, this old guy really became a vegetable. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. As a Star Warrior, he had seen too many deaths. But this way of death, Jiang Shao couldn't help but shiver and turn to look at Gaia. He saw Gaia smiling, but with tears in his eyes, he slowly clenched his fists. Finally, I broke free from your control. Finally, I'm free, whether it's my body or my soul. Bang! Countless fine branches suddenly tightened, and Hopkins's body instantly shattered under the strong pressure. Jiang Shao subconsciously closed his eyes, and the dripping blood splashed all over him. Slowly, Gaia turned her head and looked at Jiang Shao. She said softly, my hope died 60 years ago. Because of ambition, because of desire, because of a book. Gaia suddenly stretched out her hand, and the arm that was full of natural scenery extended infinitely. Finally, the warm palm touched Jiang Zhao's face and gently wiped away the blood on his face. "Child, promise me, don't die early." Jiang Zhao closed his eyes, rubbed his face left and right, and said softly, "In fact, my life has just begun." Chapter 1288. 3 Kills of the Stars. 10,000 skill points. As Jiang Zhao received a message from his internal star map, everything seemed to have been settled. No, not yet. Hopkins's clone was still in the Dragon Cave and second last, and the others had also detained 2 of his clones in the Dragon Cave base. At the side, a few flowers grew out of the ground, and the petals slowly closed. The stamens of the flowers lifted Hopkins' star bead and brought it to Gaia's feet. She said softly, "Child, can I keep it?" Jiang Zhao smiled and nodded. Ever since he received the message from the internal star map, he had been in a much better mood. "Keep it as a souvenir. After all, it's yours." Jiang Zhao didn't know what to say. After thinking about it, he finally chose to keep quiet. Hopkins' scorching sun star bead was useless to Jiang Zhao. After all, Jiang Zhao's star slots were already full, and his decoy couldn't use the internal star map or absorb human star beads. Since Gaia wanted to keep it as a souvenir, he decided to give it to her. It's just a star-breaking bead with 15 star slots. Yes, a terrifying star bead with 15 scorching sun star slots and full output. Logically speaking, if Jiang Zhao's decoy could use the internal star map, he would probably be able to soar again. However, that was also a false proposition. After all, if Jiang Zhao's decoy could use the internal star map, he wouldn't have to absorb Hopkins' star bead at this moment. Jiang Zhao would be able to create any 9 scorching sun star slots at will. Gaia said softly, "Thank you, I'll bury it in the Alps under my feet." Jiang Zhao grimaced and finally realized that Gaia probably didn't want to pay tribute to Hopkins or their past relationship. Instead, she wanted to punish him. "Don't try to persuade me to be magnanimous if you don't know my pain." Jiang Zhao liked that sentence very much. He didn't want to judge Gaia's choice. However, while the 2 of them were talking, a piece of shocking news came from the Dragon Cave base. In the Dragon Cave base, 3 Last frowned and stared at the melee clone that she controlled, feeling that something was amiss. There seemed to be something wrong with Hopkins's doppelganger. Was it down? Third Last said, "Nine Tails, go and take a look." Under normal circumstances, she would address Jiang Zhao by his name. However, there were a large number of guards in the Dragon Cave, so she addressed him more formally. "Oh." Jiang Zhao stepped forward as a decoy, but before he could get close to Hopkins' doppelganger, the doppelganger suddenly turned into a dense starlight and scattered on the ground. 3 Tails was speechless. Jiang Zhao was dumbfounded. Coincidentally, as the melee doppelganger turned into star power and disappeared, the long-range doppelganger that was firmly controlled also shattered into a pile of star power and fell to the ground, gradually dissipating. Jiang Zhao was delighted. Even if you're Jiao Yang's clone, you'll still dissipate after your main body dies? Actually, if I think about it carefully, this is inevitable. After all, both the clone and the decoy were essentially made of star power. In other words, the doppelganger and decoy would not age. Hyun's bait was an example. Oldie had told Jiang Zhao a long time ago that as he grew older, his body would gradually age and not be as good as before. If you were to compare the physical fitness of the decoy that Hyun summoned in the upper snowfield with his current body, the decoy would definitely be better than Hyun's. That brought about a problem. If his main body died, but the decoy did not, it would mean that, to a certain extent, Jiang Zhao could achieve immortality. Yes, 100 years later, Jiang Zhao's body wouldn't be able to escape the cycle of aging, sickness, and death. However, the bait that he summoned was pure star power and would remain in the same state as when he was summoned back then. He would never age. That was immortality. The Star Warrior's world was not a world of immortal cultivation. The mechanism of the world would not allow the emergence of immortality. As Hopkins died, his doppelganger, which was inextricably linked to him, also lost its consciousness. Soon after, it shattered into a pile of star power and completely disappeared from this world. Jiang Shao turned to look at second last and said, "This also means that we don't have to go to the Dragon Cave to capture Hopkins's clones one by one. They'll die naturally. They're probably already dead when we're talking." Second last said, "Or those clones might have already been torn apart by the cracks in the Dragon Cave before you said that." "Huh." Jiang Shao sighed deeply and suppressed the excitement in his heart. He muttered, "It suddenly feels so surreal. It's like a dream. Everything is going too smoothly." Upon hearing his words, second last frowned slightly, seemingly dissatisfied with Jiang Zhao's words. She stepped forward and stared at Jiang Shao with an intense gaze. "The mission is going smoothly, which is a recognition of your abilities and our plan. Why? Do you want to use someone else's life as a tribute to Hopkins's death?" Jiang Shao grinned. He was in a good mood and didn't care about what second last said. He smiled and said, "No, no." Second last pressed her hand on Jiang Zhao's shoulder and said in a hoarse voice, "You've been going back and forth for 300 rounds. Those exciting scenes can only appear in movies. In this real world, I hope that every one of our enemies will die immediately when we're fully prepared. Not only must they die, but they must also die completely without any possibility of resurrection." "Okay." Jiang Shao nodded repeatedly. "That's not his biggest problem," said third last calmly. "Huh." Second last turned to look at third last. Staring at the dissipating star power on the ground, third last said softly, "Until now, he still hasn't truly realized how strong he is. His star map, his star techniques, his brain, and his heart. He has a strong heart, but his attitude has always been very humble, which forms a very clear contrast with his strength." "Okay." Second last lowered her head to look at Jiang Shao, but she was using the third-person pronoun. Clearly, she was talking to third last. From this moment on, no one in this world can pose any threat to him. In this Star Warriors world, he's already standing at the peak of the world. It's a good thing for him to be humble and humble. There is something else that second last didn't mention. Jiang Zhao's remaining in such a state was a blessing for his friends and comrades, as well as the entire China. In fact, it was a blessing for the entire world. At this moment, Jiang Zhao's relationship with the world had already undergone a 180-degree change. It was no longer a question of whether the world could accommodate Jiang Shao, but whether Jiang Shao was willing to accommodate the world. Ever since the fourth page of Star Warriors era appeared and the star map appeared, Jiang Zhao's initiative in this world had undergone a drastic change. Jiang Shao shook his head repeatedly and said, "No, no, no. I'm not at the peak. You are. You're the commander. You're the big boss." Second last was speechless. She was just glad that she had met this rookie in the Stardust stage 5 years ago. Although Jiang Shao had always mocked himself and said that second last was the one who forced him out. However, deep down, second last didn't actually accept such a statement. Everything happened naturally. He had always been such a person who was extremely compatible with her creed. There was no need for him to force himself out. On the contrary, it was Jiang Shao who had influenced her more in the process of growing up. In fact, when second last set her sights on Jiang Shao, she had never taken a liking to his strength, but to his heart. Everything was just as she had said back then. Strength could be nurtured. Loyalty flowed in his blood. She felt even more fortunate that the person in front of her, that passionate and loyal heart, had never changed from beginning to end. "Let's go back to sort out the information and report the situation," second last said. As second last spoke, a Jiang Shao suddenly appeared beside her. He should be his main body, right? Yes, it should be his main body. At the next moment, they had already returned to Xinglin Courtyard. Second last raised her head and gestured to third last, who nodded and left silently. Although she was second last guard in name, third last was actually the real commander of the Xinglin army. Everything that second last needed to do was done by third last and the Heavenly Hound. Besides, the Heavenly Hound had already gotten used to discussing important matters with second last. Instead of discussing them with second last, he would look for third last to make decisions. Hence, the question was which position was the fastest to be promoted. The answer was definitely second last guard. Others might not know, but you have to be clear about it. You're definitely not going to be a guard, but a foreman. Let's go walk around with me, Jiang Shao said as he stared at three last back. He then turned to look at second last. Walk around? Second last was unfamiliar with that term. She also understood that it was definitely not a stroll. Hence, she nodded gently. Jiang Shao opened the door of the Calamity World and walked in with second last. In the lakeside forest, second last saw a few unfamiliar old men in a wooden hut where the tail feather team used to live. Jiang Shao said, "These are members of Hopkins's team. They are also the kings who once conquered the European continent of Alien Planet." After a moment of silence, second last said, "They're your mechas now." Jiang Shao pursed his lips and said, "I was originally prepared to bring these mechas with me to unleash the last remnants of their lives. However, the more I get to know Hopkins, the more I realize that ordinary people can't participate in the battle at all." Jiang Shao stepped forward and continued, "You've seen it for yourself. They're all in their 80s and have 1 foot in the grave. Although they're still in the star power realm, their bodies are just like that. Now that Hopkins is dead, let's bury them too." Ever since Jiang Zhao's decoy had advanced to the end of Star Stage, he no longer had a need for the mechas. Among the three of them, only Troy's marionette star map was interesting, but Jiang Shao didn't take a liking to it. After all, Jiang Zhao's star map consisted of the 9-star array, Star Warrior Era, Earth, Oil, Ink Flower, Holy Cross, Soul of the Sea Devourer. It seemed that the functional star map was still the most impressive, and Jiang Zhao's Flower Blade had a high chance of appearing too. However, he rarely used the Withering Bough. However, it couldn't be said that the Withering Bough was useless. After all, whenever the Withering Bough appeared, it would always be a highlight. It was even more terrifying than the Flower Blade. Why did he say that? Because whenever the Withering Bough appeared on the battlefield, there would definitely be deaths. The lethality rate was 100%. Question: what's the secret to maintaining such a high lethality rate? Use it sparingly. Hearing Jiang Zhao's words, second last nodded. Clearly, she was now on a different level and no longer had any need for the so-called gods. Jiang Shao brought a few mechas and flashed into the depths of the forest. "Let's build a cemetery here." Why don't I bury old Hua Xing and Wai Lisabeth too? Forget it. They're only in their 60s. They can still live for a few more years. When their health deteriorates in the future, we'll bury them here too. Second last was speechless. If the world knew who was buried in the lakeside forest next to Jiang Zhao's villa, the whole world would probably explode in anger. A bunch of gods at the end of the stars. You haven't cultivated to the end of the stars yet you're embarrassed to be buried here? Second last suddenly felt a little offended. At this moment, she didn't seem to be qualified to be buried here yet. Yes, soon. With a little more effort, she would be qualified to be buried in Jiang Zhao's backyard. Jiang Shao really did not expect that Sparta, Troy, Poseidon, the last remnants of the ancient gods' lives would actually turn into 10,000 skill points and be integrated into his internal star map. 4 kills of the stars. Skill points 10,000. 5 kills of the stars. Skill points 10,000. 6 kills of the stars. Skill points 10,000. Of course, Jiang Shao left their corpses intact. Besides, Jiang Shao was also very gentle with his mechas. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. After all, Hopkins was the real culprit of the enmity between Jiang Shao and the 3 men. The 3 ancient gods had wanted to kill Jiang Shao, but Jiang Shao had resisted. That was all. It was enough for him to leave their corpses intact and let them rest in peace. Of course, Jiang Shao couldn't save everyone. Among the 3 of them, Jiang Shao tried to communicate with the other 2 and provide them with another way out, except for the Sparta, who would kill him as soon as they met. But obviously, in the hearts of these old guys, Hopkins was too powerful. They didn't accept Jiang Zhao's suggestion because they didn't think that this young man could stir up any trouble. Hence, they were all ready to kill Jiang Shao. It was obviously impossible for Jiang Shao to not resist, and redeem them with a compassionate heart. The oppression you're suffering has nothing to do with me, and it's not a reason for you to kill me. After all, there was a bottom line for Jiang Zhao's kindness towards this world. Second Last watched as Jiang Zhao buried the three of them and asked, "What happened next?" "Yeah, what happened next?" Jiang Zhao placed his hands on his hips and thought about it before saying, "Actually, I don't feel anything, but you suddenly made me feel like I was a god and made me feel giddy." Second Last was speechless. Jiang Zhao said, "Let's see how this world reacts to me after Earth Akatsuki appeared. Maybe Earth Akatsuki isn't comparable to Star Age Akatsuki, but Earth's strength is too obvious." "Yeah," Second Last nodded, seemingly deep in thought. Jiang Zhao said, "At least there's still the war between the land and sea now. We're in danger, so let's talk about it later." Second Last said softly, "No matter what happens, we'll face it together." Upon hearing her words, Jiang Zhao smiled at Second Last and gave her a thumbs up. "There's nothing wrong with that. I'll reward you with a few grilled codfish later. Ask for some tickets." Chapter 1289. Inya has fallen. Fima is in a state of emergency. Japan is surrounded by enemies, and Malaysia will eventually be submerged and become history. Everyone in the ocean nation is in danger. All marine operations around the world have been put on hold, and the economic losses are immeasurable. The number of casualties is hard to calculate. How long can humans persist? A god-level star warrior has appeared along the coast of Liaodong, China. He repelled the marine army with his own strength. Its torso is connected to the mainland and the sky. Is this really within the scope of a star warrior? The appearance of the mysterious star warrior has given China a shot in the arm in the face of a crushing defeat for the humans. The feud between Jiang Zhao and Hopkins was private, and no one could see it. Of course, they might never know that Jiang Zhao had silently gotten rid of a world-class criminal. What the world really saw and paid attention to was the situation in the coastal towns, while the Chinese naturally focused their attention on the coastal battlefield in their own country. In the week after Jiang Zhao resolved the crisis with Hopkins, Second Last, Jiang Zhao, and the first commander of the three armies finally got into action after integrating the internal information, reporting it to the higher-ups, and having a long talk with Second Last. Jiang Zhao adjusted the composition of the bait and sent out a total of 7 Earth Dawns. They entered the coastal towns of China and cooperated with the Chinese army to form a defense system. The strange and huge body of Earth Dawn, as well as his mysterious face, were inevitably revealed to the world. Although Earth Dawn only had 30% human skin, people could still vaguely see the face of the god-level star warrior. It was also when Earth Dawn settled in eastern Guangdong that the image of Earth Dawn was completely exposed on a sunny afternoon. Previously, there had been occasional images of Earth Dawn circulating in various coastal areas, but most of them were not clear. Besides, there was all kinds of false information on the internet, which added a layer of mystery to the god-level star warrior. Ever since the Earth Dawn of the defense line in eastern Guangdong was exposed, people frantically searched for the identity of the god-level star warrior, but they could not find the answer. Because Jiang Zhao had summoned Earth Dawn in a disguised form. Not only did he disguise his face, but he also disguised his gender. Mother Earth had to have a child of Mother Earth. This was the image of a mature, gentle, middle-aged woman. Since Dawn of the Earth only had 30% human skin, and it was evenly distributed over her entire body, it was hard to tell from her skin. Therefore, this added to the mystery of Mother Earth. Jiang Zhao only sneered at the mother hunting campaign that was launched on the internet. Hee, go ahead and find him. Such a perfect person can only appear in a dream. When Jiang Zhao transformed into this woman, he had put in a lot of effort. It was the epitome of the gentle beauty of a Chinese woman and the brilliance of motherhood. The body was easier to shape. After all beautiful bodies were the same. However, Jiang Zhao spent the entire night pinching her face. Repeated revisions and meticulous fine-tuning. The real name of the secondary star technique should be the face-shaping simulator. What kind of image would be worthy of being the Mother Earth of all mankind? To be honest, even Gaia would feel ashamed of his inferiority if he saw this. Jiang Shao had created the perfect image in his heart. If you guys can find such a woman in this world, Jiang Shao will eat her up on the spot. Forget it, don't be too certain. What if? However, it was a pity that 70% of the face that Jiang Shao had painstakingly created was covered by forests, grasslands, rocks, mountains, and other terrain. The decoy helped the Chinese camp resist the ocean crisis, while Jiang Zhao's main body flashed into the dragon cave again after waiting for 7 days. It was time to explore the real secret. The last time he entered the dragon cave, Jiang Shao was lucky enough to find a surviving hidden dragon among the many dragons. He also found out how the dragon cave operated. When Jiang Shao captured Hopkins, he caused the dragon cave to collapse. Now, it had been 7 days. Although the tunnel entrance to the dragon cave had been closed, the interior of the dragon cave should have stabilized, right? There shouldn't be any more landslides and spatial rifts, right? Jiang Shao, who had endured for 7 days, returned to the dragon cave in a flash on a dark and windy night. Jiang Shao was extremely vigilant, thinking that he would immediately flash back if there were any more spatial rifts. However, the scene that unfolded in front of him made Jiang Shao extremely astonished. There were no longer any spatial rifts in the dragon cave. The environment that he expected to see floating dragon corpses did not appear either. Instead, it was replaced by strings of mysterious star power characters and symbols. It was just as the hidden dragon had described. Everything had turned into nothingness. Snow mountains, deserts, grasslands, wilderness. Even the sun, moon, stars, and all kinds of dragons had turned into star power words and symbols. In the silent environment, the light was very dim. There was no sky, no earth, and no concept of north, south, east, or west. There were only those mysterious words and symbols that emitted a faint blue light. Gulp! Jiang Zhao's Adam's apple moved. The scene in front of him completely stunned him. It was not that he had not imagined the scene that the hidden dragon had described in his mind, but when it really appeared in front of him, he still could not get used to it. The most important thing was that these mysterious and strange words and symbols did not float around one by one. They were more like neatly arranged strings after strings, flashing across Jiang Zhao's eyes like a bullet screen. They could only move in 2 ways, horizontally and vertically. The more Jiang Shao looked at them, the stranger he felt. Why did these words and symbols look like codes? Jiang Shao was wearing a cloak and flying slowly in this strange environment. A string of words and symbols slid down from above his head. Each word was square in size and about 10 meters in length. Jiang Shao suddenly stopped and let the symbols slide down in front of him. When he saw the 3rd symbol, Jiang Shao could not help but summon a decoy. The sea devourer considerately threw out the tail of its cloak and provided a platform for Jiang Shao to stand on. On the other hand, the decoy, Jiang Shao, slowly extended his hand and touched one of the star power words. Swoosh! The words and symbols seemed to have a physical form and were pieced together by some kind of energy. However, Jiang Zhao's hand actually penetrated the star power words. They were clearly sliding down in front of him, but he could not touch them. Jiang Shao had a look of discomfort on his face. What the hell is this? Why is it so strange? The two Jiang Shao searched for a long time in this strange environment, but they did not find any dragon creatures. It seems that no dragon will be spared this time. Of course, Jiang Shao did not dare to make a deduction. After all, the area of their operation was still too small. How big is this place? No one knew. Who knows, there might be a dragon that survived the collapse of the space hidden in some corner. After flying around and searching for more than 10 minutes, Jiang Zhao's eyes were almost dazzled. Gradually, he seemed to have found some patterns. These words and symbols were still traceable, not in the way they moved, but in their image. There seemed to be a fixed combination of words and symbols. Should I take out a pen and paper to record these words that are moving and falling around? Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows slightly. Just as he was about to open the space door and find a pen and paper, his hand paused. He did not open the door. Instead, he took out his Star Warrior Era. Jiang Shao quickly flipped to the third section of Star Warrior Era and flipped to the 6th page, which was the second last page of the book. Similarly, Jiang Shao, the decoy, also quickly flipped through Star Warrior Era. In the eyes of the two young scholars, the 6th page of Star Warrior Era was half a body and half a word and symbol. The two of them had the same reading habits. They moved their fingers horizontally on the page and memorized the words and symbols. Then they raised their heads and compared it with the words that were moving horizontally and falling vertically around them. Under the effects of synesthesia, the two of them ate the book at an astonishing speed, constantly dividing the words on the page into paragraphs and arranging them. As he read, Jiang Shao, the decoy, suddenly felt that something was wrong. Two bodies, two brains, they were all independent individuals, but they had a single soul. Under the effects of synesthesia, Jiang Shao did not figure out what was going on, but the page in front of him had been completely solved. This was because the real Jiang Shao had come out. F***Seeket, Jiang Shao muttered to himself. On the page in front of him, the sad body was finally revealed. It was obvious that it was the body of a man. He was really just a body. He closed his eyes as if he had been dead for a long time. If the second half of the picture made Jiang Shao feel a little sad and desolate, as well as a sense of guilt and helplessness, the emotions revealed in the whole picture almost drove Jiang Shao crazy. Me? Who do I owe this to? Why do I have to be so sad and guilty? Don't mess with me, brother. I've never owed anyone anything in my life. Jiang Shao looked upset. If he was given another chance to choose again, he would not want to solve the other half of the picture. Damn it, messing with my mentality? Also, why did I suddenly solve the first half of the book? I didn't have any epiphany either. I didn't understand anything either. I didn't understand it myself, did I? Did this book deliberately make me understand it? As he thought about it, a message appeared in Jiang Shao and Jiang Zhao's mind. It was not a pure transmission of words, but more like a transmission of emotions. It was a pure expression of meaning. If he had to make an analogy, it would be very similar to the humming whale's sea dream star technique. There were no words, only emotions, and it was more like a transmission of thoughts. Jiang Shao could completely understand what the other party wanted to express. Those who transform me will live. Those who break me will advance. And those who resemble me will die. Jiang Shao was speechless. He scratched his head and stared at the 6th page in a daze. After a long while, he stammered, sorry to disturb you. I'm going back to go shopping and drink milk tea. We'll talk again when we're free. When we're free. Chapter 1290. A week later, Jiang Shao took the two baits and wandered in the quiet dragon cave, surrounded by text symbols, trying his best to understand the mystery of the world. Suddenly, a series of wails came from below a string of moving text symbols. What does it mean? Trying to be mysterious. I'm telling you, if I still can't understand it, I'll really go home and drink milk tea. Jiang Shao muttered. It had been 7 days, but Jiang Shao still did not understand the meaning of this space, nor did he understand the specific effect of the 6th page. Or is the 6th page's function to simply deliver a message? Those who transform me live, those who break me advance, and those who resemble me die. Moreover, Jiang Shao could not understand the 7th page. Until now, the 7th page was still full of text symbols and not in the form of images. Jiang Shao touched his chin and did not intend to waste time here. It was better to do something that could be done first and put these mysterious things aside for the time being. Jiang Zhao's 9 stars formation could turn into a star weapon for the second time, and his ability to turn back time had also increased by countless times. Now, he could go back to the scene of his parents' disappearance. If he wanted, he could even go back hundreds or even thousands of years to see what the ancient war looked like. Logically speaking, Jiang Shao could now go write a history textbook, absolutely objective, absolutely accurate, and restore all historical facts in all aspects. The next moment, Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up with the 9 stars' eyes. Although Jiang Shao was still at the peak of starry sky, he had advanced to the N-star stage through bait. So Jiang Shao had been enlightened twice and mastered the ability to turn into a star weapon for the second time. 9 bright stars lined up neatly in his eyes. In an instant, in Jiang Zhao's world, the text symbols that drifted from left to right and horizontally floated back. The text symbols that slid down from top to bottom quickly slid back up again. As Jiang Shao was going back to the time 8 years ago, he deliberately sped up. Jiang Zhao's expression was slightly shocked. Inevitably, during the process of backtracking, Jiang Shao saw the scene of the dragon cave collapsing. All the mountains and rivers, the sun, the moon, and the stars actually shattered into text symbols in an instant. Before it shattered, Jiang Shao also saw the tragic scene of the dragon cave collapsing. Oh, poor dragon. He was cut into pieces by the space cracks that were everywhere. Oh my God, was this the legendary dismemberment of a corpse? It was a pity that the dragon died after being cut into 10,000 pieces. If it was an earthworm, would it grow another 10,000 dragons? While thinking about it, Jiang Shao looked at the scene of the natural disaster and couldn't help but be astonished. Too scary. Really too scary. Fortunately, he had left the dragon cave before it completely collapsed. Otherwise, he would have been torn to pieces by the spatial cracks long ago, right? Come to think of it, the hidden dragon from before was really lucky. Only its tail had been cut off, and it had survived while struggling at death's door. If we're talking about lying down, it's you, the hidden dragon. During the crazy backtracking of time, Jiang Shao experienced the collapse and opening of the dragon cave again and again. In the beginning, they were amazed, but they gradually got used to it. The second star martial transformation of the 9 star eyes was definitely strong, but the problem was that it didn't bring a good mentality to people. Here, Jiang Shao saw the dragon clan's unchanging hunting and biting. He also saw groups of soldiers either successfully returning home or dying tragically here. Jiang Shao saw the reversed mountains and rivers, and he also saw the sun, moon, and stars flowing back. When one could witness history and truly witness the rise and fall of history, Jiang Shao suddenly had a thought that wasn't quite right. It seemed that a lot of things really weren't that important. The powerful dragon clan didn't change for 10,000 years, and they were always fighting. Groups of human soldiers broke in again and again, leaving their lives to fate. However, all of this was just a drop in the ocean, and also a drop in the torrent of time. The scenes of life and death that should have shocked people and made Jiang Shao feel all became repeated pictures, making him feel more and more numb. Millions of lives, their goals, persistence, and beliefs. Millions of Dragon Clan, their habitat, hunting, and fighting formed the main theme of the Dragon Cave. In this main theme, the life and death of an individual infinitely reduced the impact it had on Jiang Zhao's heart. Since when did I suddenly not care about the lives of my comrades? Jiang Shao took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. He held his forehead with one hand and rubbed his temples with his thumb and ring finger. If this continued, he would really not care. After adjusting for a while, Jiang Shao opened his eyes again. In his vision, the frozen scenes returned. Jiang Shao also put on a cloak and flew in the direction of the entrance of the Dragon Cave. In the Dragon Cave, which only had words and symbols, there was no concept of north, south, east, and west. However, in Jiang Zhao's 9-star eyes, there was a very clear image of the terrain. In fact, when Jiang Shao first flashed over, the location he set was the entrance of the Dragon Cave, which was the intersection of the 4 terrains. However, in the following week, Jiang Shao searched everywhere and left the entrance. Returning to the entrance again, Jiang Shao focused and increased his strength again and again to make time flow faster. On a beach in the land of Ludo. A tall and slender figure was standing quietly on a boulder, looking at the sea and sky in the distance. The early autumn sun was still scorching hot, but the sea breeze was cooling and blowing her long black hair. Under the boulder, there was an obsidian elephant bishop standing silently against the sea breeze. Around him were a few obsidian Praetorian guards who were standing vigilantly. All of a sudden, the sand on the beach flowed, forming a whirlpool-shaped quicksand. The elephant bishop gripped the long cross scepter in his hand tightly and yelled, %#at. In an instant, the imperial guards around the boulder picked up the spears in their hands and aimed at the whirlpool-shaped quicksand. Slowly, a pocket-sized giant tree emerged from the sand. Under the tree's hair was a pure human face. The first form of the earth, Dawn, was very different from the second form, not only in terms of size, but also in terms of appearance. On the boulder, Han Jiangxue looked down and happened to see Jiang Zhao's head. Jiang Zhao waved his hand and said, "What are you doing? Are you going to jump into the sea?" There was a faint smile on Han Jiangxue's expressionless face. When she saw his face, she somehow felt better. She asked, "What's the matter?" Jiang Zhao's body slowly floated up, and his upper body was exposed on the beach. He said, "Put them away. I'll take you somewhere." Han Jiangxue frowned slightly and said, "I'm standing guard, and I'm your deputy commander." Jiang Zhao shrugged. Han Jiangxue glared at Jiang Zhao, but she obediently waved her hand and opened the space door of the hailing shelter. She pointed at the space door, and the elephant bishop immediately urged a few obsidian soldiers to enter the hailing shelter. "Where are we going?" Han Jiangxue asked softly after closing the space door and standing on the boulder. She took off the hairband from her wrist and tied her long hair that was messed up by the sea breeze. Jiang Zhao could tell that she was already getting ready for battle. The headband in her hand was originally a ruby bracelet that Jiang Zhao and the others had given her after conquering the void-dimensional space. However, she had modified it into a headband. "You don't have to tie your hair, just put on the Soul Devourer," said Jiang Zhao. "Oh." Han Jiangxue paused and summoned the Sea Devourer rope. She then put the ruby hairband back on her wrist and used it as a bracelet again. "Tisk tisk." Jiang Zhao touched his chin and murmured, "Seems like I've taught you well. You're really becoming more and more obedient." Han Jiangxue was dumbfounded. She quickly flew down from the boulder and stepped on the tree above Jiang Zhao's head, causing him to sink into the swirling quicksand. Uff! Jiang Zhao suddenly swallowed a mouthful of sand. "Let's go, I'll show you something good," a familiar voice said from behind. Han Jiangxue stepped on Jiang Zhao's head and turned around to look at him. Her stiff expression had also eased up considerably. For some reason, there was always a huge difference between the way she treated Jiang Zhao and the way she treated Jiang Zhao. At the next moment, Han Jiangxue felt her vision blur, and the picturesque beach turned into a dark void. In the distance, there was a string of strange star power words that were faintly discernible. Han Jiangxue raised her eyebrows slightly and said, "This is..." Before she could finish her sentence, she felt a warm sensation on her fingers. Han Jiangxue lowered her head and saw that Jiang Zhao was carefully holding her hand. Han Jiangxue did not fling his hand away. Instead, she raised her eyes and looked at him silently. However, Jiang Zhao did not look at her and was instead staring at her hand. Fair and slender. It was cold and soft to the touch. Han Jiangxue looked at his cautious but insatiable behavior. All of a sudden, she felt that it no longer mattered where she was. What really mattered was, why did he have such an attitude? In the past, he could hold her hand casually, and the two of them were already used to it. However, this time, his actions and attitude seemed to be a little different. Han Jiangxue was a little confused and felt that something was going to happen. Jiang Zhao finally raised his head, and there were 9 dazzling stars in his dark eyes. Buzz! At the next moment, the humming whale appeared above their heads and let out a whale's roar that echoed in the strange and silent environment. A few minutes later, Han Jiangxue suddenly grabbed Jiang Zhao's hand. In her mind, she saw the images transmitted by the humming whale. To be precise, the humming whale transmitted the world in Jiang Zhao's eyes to Han Jiangxue. They were four familiar figures. They weren't dressed in military uniforms, but their clothes were mostly the color of the desert. Xia Shanhai, Wu Huaxing. There was also a tall man wearing a desert coat and a round camouflage hat. He had a stern expression and a determined gaze. Beside him was a middle-aged woman with short, pretty hair who was wearing a brown trench coat and a brown scarf. Under the open brown windbreaker was a white blouse, which complemented her beautiful face. The images in Han Jiangshue's mind were like a movie that was playing slowly. She also let Jiang Shao hold her hand and slowly moved forward with the team of four. When Han Jiangxue was alone with Jiang Shao, she would be less indifferent, but she would rarely show any emotional fluctuations. This time, however, a layer of mist appeared in her eyes. She slowly lowered her head and closed her eyes, allowing Jiang Shao to hold her hand and move forward. Finally, she embarked on the path that her parents had once taken. As for where the end of the path was, she still had no idea. She simply held his hand tightly. Peek. Chapter 1291. In the dimly lit dragon cave, two figures wearing pitch-black cloaks slowly floated forward. From time to time, they would stop and stand still for a long time, as if they were watching something. There was nothing in front of them, but in their minds, there was a team of elite star warriors fighting against the dragon creatures. They're really strong. They could already explore the dragon cave 8 years ago, and this team was not afraid at all when facing a single dragon. Jiang Shao finally witnessed how powerful Xia Shanhai was. Yes, Jiang Shao had worked with Xia Shanhai on the alien ball before, but as a member of the elite team, Xia Shanhai was mostly protecting the Chinese bulldozers. At this moment, in Jiang Zhao's eyes, Xia Shanhai, who killed everyone in the Dragon Cave back then, was far more reckless than Xia Yan. Is this really Xia Shanhai? In Jiang Zhao's opinion, Xia Shanhai was a calm and reliable uncle who gave him a sense of security. However, what Jiang Shao didn't know was that the Xia Shanhai he saw was already the Xia Shanhai who had been retired for 3 years after the Dragon Cave incident. People would always change. Back then, Xia Shanhai, who teamed up with the Han couple, was still a rash and reckless man. Tisk, tisk. Jiang Shao couldn't help but click his tongue and sigh. It's too suitable for our team style. If we get him to participate in the National League or the World Cup, he'll probably be more useful than Xia Yan. This giant blade, this swordsmanship must at least be of platinum quality. Well, it made sense. Since Xia Shanhai could successfully turn Star Warriors into Star Warriors in the future, his skills would at least be of platinum quality according to the evaluation standards of Jiang Zhao's internal star map. Based on what Xia Shanhai had done, he might not even be at the platinum level. The glory of his father's generation had really been left in a corner of time, and no one cared about it. If it didn't say it, their children would never know. Han Jiangshue's father, Han Chung, was a medical awakened Star Warrior. He was silent throughout the journey and rarely spoke. He simply did his best to protect his teammates. Han Jiangshue's mother, Jiang Hongye, was a rules awakened. The basic techniques should be similar to those of the Beijiang star techniques, but the advanced star techniques were all from Haisu and Shanghu. The output was terrifying. That terrifying lethality did not match her gentle and beautiful appearance. As the commander of the team, she spoke the most. Unfortunately, Jiang Shao could only go back in time and judge what they were saying through their mouths. He could not hear it with his ears. With the help of the humming whale floating above, the image in Han Jiangshue's mind was exactly the same as what Jiang Shao saw. There was at most a delay of 2 to 3 seconds. After all, the humming whale had to observe the scenes through Jiang Zhao's line of sight before broadcasting it to Han Jiangshue. Hearing Jiang Zhao's sigh, Han Jiangshue couldn't help but raise her elbow and nudge Jiang Zhao's ribs. That's Uncle Xia, not a tool. However, even so, she still couldn't bear to let go of Jiang Zhao's palm. In fact, regardless of the outcome of pursuing her parents' footsteps, Han Jiangxue had already made up her mind. Jiang Shao smacked his lips and said, "What are you talking about? I didn't see you when you used Husky as a tool. Should we call Xia Yin over and see how heroic her father is?" Jiang Shao hurriedly changed the topic when he saw that Han Jiangshue's expression was amiss. Hearing this, Han Jiangxue pursed her lips and said, "You're the commanding officer. You call the shots." Jiang Shao was about to say something, but he saw that the scene in front of him suddenly shook. Is the dragon cave going to collapse? Forget it. Let the humming whale remember these scenes and broadcast it to her when we get back. Jiang Shao frowned slightly and carefully looked at the scene in front of him. Of course, the team of 4 did not encounter the imprisoned dragon. Somewhere in the dragon cave, the dragons must have discovered and slaughtered the imprisoned dragon, causing the collapse of the space. All of a sudden, Han Jiangshue's heart began to race. If her parents disappeared in the dragon cave, the collapse of the dragon cave at this moment would undoubtedly start the countdown to their final ending. Within 15 to 20 minutes of the collapse of the dragon cavern, who knew which minute or which second it would take for them to hidden dragon? Jiang Shao could not help but sigh as he suddenly uttered the word. He saw a sneaky guy. To be exact, the hidden dragon had been present during the battle between the 4 of them and the fog dragon. However, the hidden dragon did not take any action at all. It had been hunting secretly, as if it was waiting for the 2 parties to suffer losses before giving a fatal blow. Due to the fact that it was time reversal, Jiang Shao did not have the ability to sense the environment at that time. Hence, he did not discover the existence of the hidden dragon. Of course, even if Jiang Shao traveled through time and returned to the battlefield, it would still be difficult for him to discover the existence of the hidden dragon. After all, the hidden dragon had activated its body concealment, and all the aura of life and star power fluctuations had been concealed. Only Jiang Zhao's field tears would be able to discover the missing space and the existence of the hidden dragon. Even with Han Jiangshue's diamond-level perception, she probably wouldn't be able to detect it. Jiang Shao subconsciously raised his right hand, but Han Jiangxue grabbed it tightly. He hurriedly adjusted himself, stretched out his left hand, and pointed in the air. Whoosh! The images in their minds froze one after another. Han Jiangshue's heart was pounding. As a witness to history, she was powerless and could not change anything. She could only let the situation develop. However, Jiang Shao frowned slightly. The collapse of the dragon cave had clearly caused the hidden dragon to panic and change its hunting plan. Jiang Shao pursed his lips and tapped his finger again, after which the image was played slowly. At the instant that the hidden dragon suddenly appeared, it spat out a small hidden dragon from its mouth. Diamond Hidden Charge. The small hidden dragon was 8 meters long, and its majestic body twisted frantically, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it charged towards the team of 4. On the one hand, the team of 4 was locked in a fierce battle with the fog dragon. On the other hand, the sudden collapse of the dragon cave, the trembling ground, and the shattered sky caused both parties to have a change in mentality. The change in mentality was directly reflected in their techniques and tactics. Jiang Hongye, the mother of Han, had clearly adjusted her tactics and shouted something. The team of 4 quickly retreated in an attempt to break away from the battle and stop entangling with the violent fog dragon. That was also the reason that the terrified fog dragon became even more aggressive. It rushed forward and spat out fog after fog. In their line of sight, Xia Shanhai summoned a giant blade that could shatter everything. Wu Huaxing stabbed out one resplendent star after another. Father Han, you should have activated group teleportation. Jiang Hongye, the mother of Han, waved her hand immediately and opened a space door in an attempt to act as a shield against the sudden appearance of the small hidden dragon above. However, no matter how fast her reaction was, she could not compare to the hidden dragon that had suddenly launched a sneak attack and was well prepared. Under the free control of concealment, the small hidden dragon roared and completely cut through the battlefield, instantly overturning the 2 melee fighters. The rules awakened and the medical awakened. Fortunately, it only overturned them and did not crush their bodies. The battle fighter Xia Shanhai and the assassin Wu Huaxing reacted extremely quickly and dodged it by a hair's breadth. The rules awakened Jiang Hongya, and the medical awakened Han Cheng retreated hurriedly. Almost at the same time, in the collapsed dragon cave, a spatial rift appeared where the couple retreated. Han Jianshui's chest heaved up and down violently. Upon sight of this scene, she tightened her grip on Jiang Zhao's hand. If it weren't for the fact that Jiang Zhao had Jiao Yang endurance, she would have crushed his bones. At this moment, Jiang Zhao raised his left hand again and tapped his finger gently. Whoosh! The scene froze again. Did you see that? Jiang Zhao's Adam's apple squirmed, and he asked in a trembling voice. Han Jiangxue closed her eyes tightly. After all, she was looking at the scene in her mind. She was already in despair, but after hearing Jiang Zhao's words, she couldn't help but perk up and carefully look at the scene in her mind. What am I looking at? Am I looking at them getting infinitely close to death? Am I looking at the last scene of their lives? Look, at the next moment, Han Jiangshue's breathing paused. She finally knew what Jiang Shao was talking about. That crack in space. In that crack, Jiang Shao quickly floated forward with Han Jiangxue. In Han Jiangshue's mind, she was extremely close to her mother. Jiang Hongya's body that had been flipped over by Yin Chong and was sent flying backward, but under the inertia, she moved her hands and feet forward, as if the scene was like hugging Han Jiangxue. Whoosh! Han Jiangxue finally threw herself into the arms of her mother, Jiang Hongya, but she did not stay for even a second. Under Jiang Zhao's pull, she passed through her mother's embrace and arrived in front of the crack in space that was 1 meter away. It was a crack in space that was neither too big nor too small. Like a bolt of lightning, it tore a strange and distorted space apart. In the crack, or rather, behind the crack, there was a faint white mist. The outline of the white figure could not be seen clearly, but one of its eyes could be vaguely seen. It was an eye with a vertical pupil. The looming, I seemed to be looking at the scene in the dragon cave through the crack of space and time. Is this also a dragon? Why is it living in the crack of space and time? Jiang Shao opened his mouth wide in a daze. All along, the crack of space and time had been the scythe of the Grim Reaper to him. In Jiang Zhao's mind, the crack of space and time meant that his body had been cut up. However, Jiang Shao had never explored what was behind the crack of space and time. Was it a void? Or was it another world of space? Jiang Shao suddenly snapped out of his daze. In the second section of Star Warriors era, the Star Beast Illustrated Handbook, there was a dragon illustrated handbook in the Dragon Cave that he had never seen before. The scene was replayed again. The Han couple fell into the crack of space and time due to Yin Chong's unparalleled impact. Jiang Shao had deliberately slowed down the playback, which was why it took so long. If he had done it at a normal speed, Yin Chong charged past the couple. It was already a blessing that they were able to dodge it. The shockwave of astral energy that Yin Chong sent the couple tumbling into the spatial crack in an instant. In fact, Jiang Hongya had dodged it, but Han Cheng did not completely dodge it. The whiskers of the small hidden dragon were like whips that lashed at his thigh. Therefore, Jiang Hongya was sent flying backward, but Han Cheng's body spun rapidly. His thigh was torn and shattered, and blood splattered everywhere as he was sent flying. Jiang Shao could completely resist Yin Chong. However, to the Star Warriors who were at the peak of Earth, the power of Diamond Yin Chong. In the past, in the Dragon Cavern, the Tail Feather Team's Great Shield Warrior Tengu's body was directly shattered by a hidden charge while holding a shield. If it weren't for Jiang Shao, he would have been dead. Stop, Jiang Shao, stop. Han Jiangxue closed her eyes tightly while hot tears rolled down her cheeks. She covered her eyes with one hand and lowered her head. Unlike Jiang Shao, Han Jiangshue's attention was clearly on her parents. Even though everything in her mind was from Jiang Zhao's perspective, she was still focused on her parents. She watched as the two figures slowly faced death, watched as her father's thigh was instantly torn apart, and he had a miserable and painful expression on his face. They were devoured in the crack of space. Are they still alive? Are they really going to live in a corner? As Han Jiangxue murmured, the stars in Jiang Zhao's eyes quickly dissipated, and so did the images in her mind. Don't cry, it's okay. Jiang Zhao didn't know what to say, and the words of comfort seemed weak and feeble. I'm okay. How can I be okay? Jiang Zhao hugged Han Jiangxue's body, but his action caused her to have an even more intense reaction. She wrapped her arms around Jiang Zhao's neck and buried her face in his shoulder. Han Jiangxue could be heard sobbing softly. After so many years, it was the first time Jiang Zhao had seen her cry. She had always been very strong, but after seeing such a scene, she completely broke down. Jiang Zhao gently rubbed her back. In fact, he really wanted to tell her that there was still hope for everything, because there was still a creepy vertical pupil in the crack of space. However, Jiang Zhao couldn't bring himself to say those words at all. If he gave her hope again, wouldn't it be even crueler if her family still died and her family broke apart in the end? Jiang Zhao hugged Han Jiangxue with one hand and quickly switched star maps, after which he also put together a copy of Star Warriors Era. In the past, he didn't know what the last type of dragon in the Dragon Cave was. At this moment, he saw a strange vertical pupil, an illusory silhouette, and a white mist that seemed to exist and not exist at all. One can tell the whole picture just by looking at one spot. Now, I've finally found it. So, will your illustrated handbook open to me? Jiang Zhao flipped through the book with one hand and sensed that its owner's movements were awkward. The sea-devouring robe raised the tail of the cloak and turned into a small hand that helped Jiang Zhao flip through the book. Here, Jiang Zhao suddenly exclaimed as the tail of the sea-devouring robe fell. It was the last page of the Dragon Enslaving Illustrated Handbook. In Jiang Zhao's vision, it was still filled with mysterious words and symbols. However, a creepy vertical pupil appeared in the middle of the page. It was the same as what Jiang Zhao saw just now. Just now, in Jiang Zhao's 9-star eyes, the mysterious and creepy dragon only revealed one eye behind the crack of space. Now, in the middle of the page that was filled with mysterious words and symbols, only one eye was revealed. Apart from this eye, everything else around him was still filled with words and symbols. And in this vertical pupil, there seemed to be an endless amount of secrets hidden. It seemed to be alive and had a soul as it stared at Jiang Zhao silently through the page. Chapter 1292. Jiang Zhao held Star Warriors Era in one hand and looked at the vertical pupil pattern in the text while frowning and thinking. If this guy lives in the space-time rift, does it mean that Jiang Zhao has to experience the process of the collapse of the Dragon Cave in order to find it in the space-time rift? This is way too dangerous, isn't it? Even if Jiang Zhao had the endurance of Jiao Yang, his body would still be torn apart in the space-time rift. Not to mention the space-time rift, even an ordinary door of another dimensional space will be able to cut Jiang Zhao's body up neatly. All of a sudden, Jiang Zhao felt his neck tighten. Han Jiangxue hugged Jiang Zhao and sobbed softly. After a few minutes, she had calmed down a lot, but she suddenly gave Jiang Zhao a hard time, almost sending him away in joy. No matter how much she was a Rules Awakened, she was still a Rules Awakened who was at the peak of the starry sky level. Her physique was outstanding, and her strength was terrifying. Ahem. Jiang Zhao, who was being strangled by the throat, couldn't help but cough. Han Jiangxue also loosened her grip on his arm. However, she said, "Something is coming." Unlike Jiang Zhao, Han Jiangxue had the sea demon will, which was a diamond-level perception. Hearing her words, Jiang Zhao froze. Something is coming? What is it? Are there other creatures here? Jiang Zhao hurriedly turned his head to look, only to see that Han Jiangxue was pressing on his head and adjusting it by 45 degrees again. From afar, Jiang Zhao saw a layer of white fog that looked like a ghost. It was almost transparent, but he could vaguely make out an outline of it. Jiang Zhao was dumbfounded. He held his breath and thought, this thing, damn it, Jiang Zhao suddenly said. I think I've seen this thing before. Stunned, Han Jiangxue asked. You've seen it before? Jiang Zhao's heart raced, and he said, during the Lunar New Year, we were attacked by the Year Beast on Central Street. Do you remember? It was the towering stone statues. We helped the Victor's Legion to maintain order and even received a commendation later on. We even got 10 bonus points for the college entrance examination. Han Jiangxue raised her eyebrows slightly. Of course, she remembered. In fact, Han Jiangxue's chain lightning star technique was the reward for her heroism. You're talking about. Han Jiangxue tried her best to recall the spring festival that happened a few years ago. Her eyes lit up and she asked, You're talking about the time you traveled through time? Yes. Jiang Xiao nodded his head heavily. At that time, after resolving the crisis in Central Street, Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangxue led a normal life and celebrated the Lunar New Year. When they were putting up spring festival couplets, Jiang Xiao told Han Jiangxue about the so-called transmigration experience in detail. In fact, Jiang Xiao wasn't sure if he would be back on Central Street when he opened his eyes again. So, hence, Jiang Xiao turned around and kissed Han Jiangxue on her forehead while he was standing on the stool and pasting the spring festival couplets. Of course, Han Jiangxue didn't disappoint Jiang Xiao and removed the stool from his feet. Jiang Xiao immediately fell onto the ground and squatted in pain. He finally confirmed that he was in real life. Jiang Xiao stared blankly at the outline of the fog that was slowly drifting closer, his heart filled with anticipation. Back then, you were the one who helped me. An ethereal and gentle sound spread through the silent space, lingering in the dim space that was filled with words and symbols. The almost transparent, unknown creature that was faintly emitting wisps of fog slowly swam over, causing Jiang Zhao's body to tense up. Don't tell me you're going to save me again? Jiang Xiao asked in a daze. Jiang Xiao always felt that he managed to escape because of its appearance last time. In the future world that this mysterious creature had created for Jiang Xiao had died once. At this moment, Jiang Xiao had just reshaped the dragon cave and caused it to collapse again to search for the mysterious dragon that existed in the spatial rift. Then, this creature appeared. Jiang Xiao had just thought of taking a risk, and this creature appeared. What does it mean? Is it going to foresee the future for Jiang Xiao again? Another sound sounded. Compared to the coquettish voice of the humming bear, the cry of this mysterious creature was clearly more ethereal and different from the sounds of any creature that Jiang Xiao had ever heard. Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangxue were all tensed up, only to see that the creature was slowly circling around the two of them, seemingly sizing them up. However, both of them were wearing the soul devourer of the sea and were floating in the air. Hence, it was inevitable that Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangxue would spin around on the spot while facing the unknown creature. The unknown creature seemed to be a little displeased, but it did not attack the two of them. However, a vertical pupil slowly appeared in its outline that was filled with fog. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. Han Jiangxue was dumbfounded. This creature is actually the last dragon in the dragon cave. After glancing at Jiang Xiao with its vertical pupil, the strange creature turned around and left. Where's Tsundra? Jiang Xiao hurriedly chased after it. Don't go, I'll show you. I'll show you the back, all right? As he spoke, Jiang Xiao even flashed and appeared in front of the little creature with his back facing it. That wasn't all. Jiang Xiao even spun around on the spot to show it his whole body. The fog in the vague outline became denser, and the little creature seemed to be much happier. It floated in the air and also spun around on the spot. Han Jiangxue was speechless. In her line of sight, there were two little creatures floating in the air and spinning around on the spot. I don't know what they're doing, nor do I dare to ask. Are they circling around? Maybe. They're discussing their illness? Jiang Xiao didn't dare to act rashly. While circling around with the little creature, he raised his head and looked at the humming whale that was wandering in the air in the distance. Can you help me communicate with it? Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. The first hum was obviously a response from the humming whale. The second buzzing sound came from the little fellow beside Jiang Shao, who was spinning in circles on the spot. That was not all. The strange creature that only had a vague outline and was emitting wisps of fog actually transformed into the form of a humming whale. A small humming whale. And it's almost transparent, too. It's so cute. After thinking about it, Jiang Zhao's body also transformed and catered to its liking. The hum came from the humming whale that Jiang Shao was disguised as. Not only that, but Jiang Shao also disguised his voice so that it sounded exactly the same as the humming whale. The only pity was that the two of them could float, but the humming whale could not. However, the sea devourer wrapped its arms around Jiang Shao and spread out its cloak, forcing itself to be a carpet under Jiang Zhao's belly. Oh, Jiang Shao. Han Jiangxue held her forehead with one hand. Her eyes that were red from crying had yet to return to normal, but her mood, well, it had completely recovered. In the air, a large humming whale was looking down with a dumbfounded expression. Below them, the two small humming whales were still circling around in the same place. Just like this, the quiet dragon cave suddenly became lively. Humming sounds could be heard one after another, and it was extremely cheerful. The spinning, leaping, and closing eyes of the buzzing river suddenly slowed down and finally came to a stop. Han Jiangxue frowned slightly and carefully observed the scene in front of her. The patient on the other side of the humming whale also slowly stopped, and its body began to transform. It seemed to have had a very friendly conversation with the humming whale and agreed to transform into its original form. Han Jiangxue's beautiful eyes widened slightly. A dragon-shaped creature that was less than 80 centimeters long and was emitting wisps of fog from head to toe, but its body was almost transparent, and only its invisible outline appeared in front of her. It was difficult for Han Jiangxue to see the delicate structure of the small dragon clearly, but its vertical pupils were not transparent and were instead real. It was as if the only physical part of the dragon was its eyes. Han Jiangxue felt a blur in front of her, and Jiang Shao instantly transformed into a human. He then immediately pulled out a thick book from his chest. Damn. Jiang Shao muttered softly while his eyes darted back and forth between the dragon in front of him and the book in his hand. The Star Warrior Era in his hand, which was full of words and only had a vertical pupil on the page, was also changing. Countless mysterious and weird characters and symbols turned into a picture and a series of Chinese characters. Gulp. Jiang Zhao's Adam's apple moved. The creature that made him Prophet Jiang back then turned out to be the last dragon in the Dragon Cave. Dream Dragon Jiao Yang Rank Star Technique 1. Dream Casting. Create a dimensional space. Jiao Yang Quality 2. Dream Entry. Break the dimensional barrier in the form of opening a dimensional space door and freely enter and exit various areas of space. Jiao Yang Quality 3. Dream Follower. Every dimensional space that is opened will give birth to a large number of dimensional creatures. Due to the difference in the environment that the dimensional space is connected to and the location of the dimensional space, the creatures bred in it will also change accordingly. Jiaoyang Quality 4. Dream Pickup. Create a real dream. In the dream, it will provide the dreamer with images that may happen in the future. Jiaoyang Quality. Biological characteristics. Mischievous, dedicated. Biological characteristics. Everything in the world can be transformed at will. F***ck. Jiang Shao slapped himself on the forehead. What the F***ck this? A cute Jiaoyang dragon? Dream dragon? Jiang Zhao's mind raced. In other words, back then, didn't Dream Dragon come to Central Street to save Jiang Shao? Instead, it came to harm Jiang Shao. If Dream Dragon didn't appear in Central Street, Jiang Shao wouldn't have encountered those towering stone statues at all. Did Dream Dragon barge into Central Street without permission and open a space door? Did the creatures bred in it come along? Did Dream Dragon single-handedly cause all of this? Jiang Shao had a strange expression on his face, and he was even a little caught between laughter and tears. I'm still praising you, but in the end, you lured the Japanese here? As for the introduction, mischievous. Yes, Jiang Shao could feel it. This little guy was still very arrogant a second ago, but in the next second, he was happily running around with Jiang Shao. However, the latter part made Jiang Shao a little confused. What does it mean by dedicated? What is it guarding? Guarding the Dragon Cave? Dream Dragon Star Technique is indeed qualified to be the guardian of the Dragon Cave or even the god of creation. However, why aren't you guarding the Dragon Cave at the border of Fin City during the Lunar New Year? Why are you at Jiangbin Central Street? It's hundreds of kilometers away. Oh, yes, there's no concept of distance in this world for you. But is this considered dedicated? Isn't this considered dereliction of duty? At the thought of this, Jiang Zhao's heart skipped a beat, and he wondered, could there be some hidden secrets? After all, the Star Beast Illustrated Handbook in Star Warriors should be 100% accurate. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.